I need to share this message right away because my guides are being extremely persistent about getting this out to you. Divine Feminine. The energy coming through is so powerful right now, and they're showing me why this connection that was once dismissed is suddenly being illuminated in a completely different way. There's a massive spiritual awakening happening with your divine counterpart. And I'm being shown very clearly how your own frequency shift has triggered something profound in them. I'm sensing that lately you've been feeling this strange mix of peace and intensity, like you've finally reached this place of deep self-acceptance. But at the same time, there's been this underlying buzz of anticipation that you can't quite explain. The guides are highlighting how you've been noticing more synchronicities lately, maybe seeing repeated numbers everywhere, particularly 888 or 555, and having these moments where you suddenly think of this person and then something reminds you of them almost immediately. What's really interesting is that I'm being shown how your energy has been doing this beautiful dance lately. It's like you've been glowing brighter and brighter without even trying. And this light, this radiance you're carrying, it's actually causing a huge shift in how this masculine perceives everything. They're going through what I can only describe as a complete upheaval of their old belief systems. The guides are really emphasizing something about your recent energy. There's been a significant change in how you carry yourself, how you move through the world. It's almost like you reach this point where you truly stopped seeking their validation. And that's exactly when things started shifting in their world. I'm getting such strong confirmation that this isn't just a surface level change. This is a deep cellular level transformation happening within them. What's really fascinating about what I'm seeing is how your focus on your own growth, your own spiritual journey has created this ripple effect that's now reaching them in ways they can't ignore. The guides are showing me scenes of them having these moments of sudden realization, like pieces of a puzzle finally clicking into place. They're beginning to question everything they once dismissed about your connection. The energy I'm picking up around you suggests you've been feeling these subtle shifts too. Maybe you've been having more vivid dreams lately or experiencing these moments where you feel their energy so strongly it almost takes your breath away. Right now, I'm being shown a really important message about divine timing and why everything is unfolding in this specific way. The Hermit energy is coming through so strongly, because they've really been in this deep period of reflection and soul searching. And what's so interesting is how this ties directly into your journey. While you've been focused on your growth, they've been forced into this internal cave of wisdom, really questioning everything they thought they knew. I'm feeling such a strong pull to address something many of you have been experiencing. You know how you've been working so hard on yourself, really stepping into your power. Well, when we look at the Eight of Cups energy that's been surrounding you, it's showing me this beautiful story of how you walked away from what wasn't serving you. You chose your peace, your healing, your growth, and that choice shook their whole world. The Tower energy is so prevalent right now in their experience. Everything they built their reality on is literally crumbling around them. Their old ways of thinking, their resistance to spiritual connections, all those walls they put up, they're all coming down. And let me tell you, this isn't a gentle process for them. They're experiencing what I can only describe as a complete breakdown of their old self. Now, as I look deeper into their current energy, wow, this King of Pentacles in reverse is really telling a powerful story. They've always been so focused on the material world, right? Success, achievement, status. These were their measuring sticks for everything. But now they're feeling completely turned upside down. It's like everything that used to make sense just doesn't anymore. Their success feels empty. Their achievements feel meaningless. They're starting to realize there's something much deeper calling them. I'm getting such clear messages about their current state. They're having these moments where they literally can't sleep at night. Their mind is racing with thoughts they've never had before. They might be finding themselves drawn to spiritual content, maybe even catching themselves watching videos like this one, which is completely out of character for them. Some of you might have noticed them spending more time in nature, like they're suddenly seeking peace in places they never cared about before. What's really fascinating is how their logical mind is fighting this so hard. They're trying to make sense of these feelings, these pulls toward you, trying to rationalize everything with their practical mindset. But the spiritual truth keeps breaking through. I'm seeing them having these unexpected emotional moments, maybe even breaking down when they're alone, feeling vulnerable in a way that's totally foreign to them. The guides are showing me how they're starting to notice signs everywhere, things that remind them of you keep appearing in their life. They might be experiencing déjà vu moments that leave them questioning reality. It's like the universe is literally conspiring to wake them up to this connection they once dismissed. Right now, they're in this intense space between worlds, trying to hold on to their material understanding while their soul is practically screaming at them to wake up to these deeper truths. I'm getting such strong guidance about this process. And you know what's really fascinating about this process they're going through? The Two of Swords energy that's coming up reversed is showing me exactly why they're struggling so much right now. All those mental barriers, all that denial they built up about your connection, it's literally falling apart. They can't keep pretending anymore that this is just some ordinary situation. I'm getting such a strong message about how they're experiencing these moments where their logical mind is literally fighting with their heart. It's like their brain is trying to say, this isn't real, this doesn't make sense, but their soul is screaming, but it feels so true. They're having these moments where they'll be going about their day totally normal, and then boom, they get hit with this overwhelming feeling about you that they can't explain away anymore. You know, what's really interesting, some of you might notice they're starting to show up in places where they might run into you. Maybe they're taking a different route to work, or suddenly they're getting coffee at your usual spot. They probably don't even realize they're doing it consciously. It's like their soul is pulling them toward your energy. The Hermit energy is still so strong here, showing me how this isolation period is actually forcing them to face all these truths they've been running from. They can't distract themselves anymore with work or friends or their usual routines. When they're alone at night, that's when these realizations are hitting hardest. I'm seeing many of them experiencing unusual sleep patterns, maybe waking up at 3 a.m. or having these super vivid dreams about past moments with you that they barely even remembered consciously. What's really powerful is how your energy shift has affected them. You've been doing all this work on yourself, right? Really stepping into your power, healing, growing. and they can feel it. It's like your frequency change has created this energetic ripple that's shaking up their whole world. The tower energy is still so present, showing me how everything they thought they knew is being challenged. I'm getting such clear messages about the signs they're receiving. They might be hearing songs that remind them of you, or seeing repeated numbers like 1111 or 222. Some of them are even starting to look up what these numbers mean. Imagine that. Someone who used to roll their eyes at anything spiritual is now secretly Googling angel numbers. Here's what's really important, though. The timing of all this is divine. Your guides are showing me that this awakening process needs to happen exactly as it is. Some of you might be feeling pulled to reach out or make something happen, but I'm being strongly guided to tell you, let this unfold naturally. Their defenses are coming down on their own, and that's exactly how it needs to be for the healing to be real and lasting. They're starting to understand things about your connection that they were too scared to face before. All those times they dismissed your intuitive hits or laughed off your spiritual perspective. Now they're having their own unexplainable experiences. It's like the universe is literally forcing them to see what you've known all along. I'm feeling such strong guidance about their internal process right now. They're experiencing these moments of pure clarity about your connection, followed by periods of total confusion. This back and forth is actually necessary. It's breaking down their old belief systems bit by bit. Each time they try to go back to their old way of thinking, something happens to shake them up again. And what's really powerful is how the Strength card just came forward to show us what's really happening beneath the surface. This isn't just about them struggling anymore. It's about your quiet power that's been working behind the scenes this whole time. You've been this incredible force of transformation without even trying to be, just by focusing on your own growth and staying true to yourself. I'm feeling so strongly that for many of you, you didn't realize just how powerful your energy shift has been. While you've been doing your shadow work, healing your wounds, maybe even just focusing on your own peace, it's like you've been sending out these waves of energy that are literally shaking up their whole world. The Strength card is showing me this beautiful image of a lioness, so gentle, yet so powerful. And that's exactly the energy you're embodying right now. You know what's really interesting? Many of them are starting to have these moments where they'll be doing something totally normal, like drinking their morning coffee or driving to work, and suddenly they'll get hit with this overwhelming feeling of your energy. It's like they can't escape it anymore. And I'm being shown that some of them are even starting to look up spiritual stuff online. Can you believe it? The same person who used to make fun of your crystals or roll their eyes when you talked about Mercury retrograde is now secretly reading about twin flames at 3 a.m. The tower energy is still so active here, working with that hermit energy we saw earlier. It's like they're going through this massive internal breakdown of everything they thought they knew. Their logical mind is trying so hard to make sense of these feelings, but it just can't. And that's exactly what needs to happen. Your guides are showing me that this confusion, this mental chaos they're experiencing, it's actually perfect. It's breaking down all those walls they built up. I'm seeing so clearly how they're experiencing these really intense emotional waves lately. One minute they're fine, the next they're overwhelmed with feelings they can't explain. Some of them are even seeing repeating numbers everywhere, especially 555, which is so interesting because that's all about major life changes and transformation. But here's what's really fascinating. They might not even be telling anyone about these experiences. The Strength card is showing me that this is a very private, internal process for them. They're starting to understand that all those times they dismissed your spiritual insights or laughed off your intuitive hits, they were really just afraid of how deep this connection really goes, afraid of how well you could see through their walls. And now, with your energy so centered and strong, they can't hide from these truths anymore. The Strength card combined with that Tower energy is literally forcing them to face everything they've been running from. Your guides want you to know that this is all happening in divine timing. Even when it feels like nothing is moving, there's so much happening beneath the surface. They're being shown the truth about this connection in a way that their ego can't deny anymore. All those little synchronicities, those moments of thinking about you during their quiet times, those unexpected emotional waves, it's all part of their awakening process. And what's really powerful about this awakening process they're going through is I'm seeing the Page of Wands energy coming in so strongly now. It's like watching someone who used to make fun of horoscopes suddenly getting really curious about what Mercury retrograde actually means. You know what I mean? This masculine energy who once rolled their eyes at anything spiritual is now secretly watching videos about chakras at 2 a.m. when they can't sleep. I keep seeing this image of them picking up their phone to Google something totally random, like meaning behind seeing the same numbers everywhere, or why do I keep thinking about someone? It's actually kind of sweet because they're trying so hard to understand all of this in their own way. The Page of Wands is showing me they're like a teenager discovering something for the first time. All that excitement mixed with confusion and maybe a little embarrassment too. Their logical mind is fighting so hard against this pull they feel toward you. I'm seeing them trying to explain it away. Maybe it's just stress. Maybe they're just tired. Maybe they just need to focus on work more. But every time they try to dismiss these feelings, something happens to snap their attention right back to you. Maybe they'll drive past a place where you used to meet, or hear a song that reminds them of you, or even just catch a whiff of a perfume that smells similar to yours. The Tower energy we saw earlier is still doing its work, but now it's different. It's like watching someone try to rebuild a house while the ground is still shaking. They keep trying to make sense of things the old way, but it's not working anymore. Your frequency shift has literally changed the game. They can't go back to seeing things the way they used to, even though part of them really wants to. I'm being shown that some of them are even starting to notice numbers like 1111 and 333 everywhere. And instead of brushing it off like they used to, they're actually starting to wonder what it means. Some of them might even be having these really vivid dreams that they can't shake off when they wake up. Dreams about transformation, about things breaking apart and coming back together in new ways. What's really interesting is how this connects to their hermit phase we saw earlier. They're doing this deep inner work. Even if they don't realize that's what it is, they might think they're just having trouble sleeping or feeling unusually reflective. But your guides are showing me that this is actually a profound spiritual awakening happening in real time. You know what's fascinating? Some of them are finding themselves talking about you to other people and then catching themselves mid-sentence, wondering why they suddenly brought you up. It's like their higher self is trying to process this awakening through conversation, even when their conscious mind isn't fully on board yet. I'm being guided to tell you that this isn't just about them missing you or feeling regret. This is about a complete rewiring of how they understand reality. The same person who once dismissed your spiritual insights is now lying awake at night, wondering if maybe, just maybe, there's more to life than what they can see and touch. And now I'm seeing something really powerful coming through with this Ace of Swords energy. You know how sometimes truth hits you so hard you can't ignore it anymore? That's what's happening with this masculine right now. All those moments when they dismissed your spiritual side, when they acted like you were just being dramatic or making things up. Now they're getting hit with these moments of crystal clear understanding that are literally stopping them in their tracks. This Ace of Swords is showing me they're having these sudden realizations about you, about your connection, about everything they tried to brush off before. It's like watching someone who's been wearing sunglasses their whole life finally take them off and see colors properly for the first time. They're looking back at all those times they dismissed you, and it's like they're seeing those memories through completely new eyes. The way this Ace of Swords is connecting with that Hermit energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that all that alone time, all those sleepless nights, all that tossing and turning, it wasn't just random. It was preparing them for this massive breakthrough that's happening now. Their mind is literally being rewired to understand things they used to think were impossible. You know how sometimes you learn something new and suddenly you can't remember how you ever saw things differently? That's what's happening to them. I'm being shown that some of you might notice them defending spirituality or intuition in conversations now, maybe even bringing up topics they used to make fun of. It might not be directly about you, but it's definitely because of you, your energy, your growth, your shift in frequency. Chiles, it's like you've become this mirror they can't look away from anymore. What's really interesting is how the guides are showing me this isn't just about them having a change of heart. This is deeper. Remember that tower energy we saw earlier? It's still echoing through everything. Their whole way of understanding the world is being rebuilt from the ground up. They might see 555 or 1111 everywhere now, and instead of ignoring it like before, they're actually starting to pay attention. Some of them are even having these super vivid dreams that feel more real than reality. The guides are showing me that what you once saw as rejection or dismissal from them was actually fear. They were scared of this awakening, scared of what it would mean to admit there's more to life than what they could control or understand. Now that fear is turning into fascination. It's like watching a skeptic become a believer, but in slow motion. Your frequency shift has created this unavoidable pull. They might be sitting in a business meeting or doing something totally normal, and suddenly they'll get hit with this crystal clear memory of something you said about energy or spirituality that they laughed at before. But now instead of dismissing it, they're starting to think, wait, maybe they were right all along. The guides want you to know that you don't need to do anything about this. Your growth, your spiritual evolution, that's what triggered this awakening in them. Just by being yourself, by continuing on your path, you're helping them wake up to a whole new way of seeing the world. Some of them are even starting to understand concepts like divine timing and soul connections, even if they'd never use those words out loud. And just as I'm sitting with that energy of their awakening, the high priestess comes forward so powerfully. What's fascinating about this is how it's showing up right at their crown chakra. This masculine who once rolled their eyes at anything spiritual, anything they couldn't touch or measure, they're suddenly getting these downloads that are completely overwhelming their logical mind. It's like their third eye is being pried open, whether they like it or not. I keep hearing resistance is futile from the guides. And honestly, it's making me laugh because this masculine is trying so hard to rationalize everything that's happening. But you can't rationalize soul recognition, can you? The high priestess connecting with that hermit energy we saw earlier, it's showing me they're having these moments alone where everything just hits them at once. Maybe they're in the shower or driving or just lying in bed, and suddenly they get this crystal clear knowing about you that makes their whole body tingle. What's really interesting is how this connects with that reversed King of Pentacles energy we saw. They're literally struggling between their material understanding of the world and these spiritual truths that keep bubbling up. You know how some people need to see it to believe it? Well, they're starting to see it everywhere, and it's freaking them out a little bit. The guides are showing me they might be catching glimpses of you in their dreams or thinking about you during meditation, even though they probably wouldn't even call it meditation. Maybe they're just sitting quietly and boom, there you are in their mind. I'm being shown numbers 555 and 1111 specifically. They're starting to notice these numbers everywhere. And instead of brushing it off as coincidence like they used to, it's starting to make them wonder. Some of them are even starting to look up what these numbers mean, which is huge for someone who used to think all this stuff was nonsense. The high priestess is really emphasizing this divine timing aspect. Every time they try to use logic to explain away these feelings, these synchronicities, these knowing moments about you, it's like the universe just sends them 3 more unexplainable things. It's almost like watching someone try to build a wall while the ocean keeps washing away their foundation. Eventually, they're going to have to stop fighting it. You know what's really beautiful about this? Your frequency shift, your spiritual growth. It's not just changing you. It's literally creating this ripple effect that's awakening their dormant spiritual awareness. They might be sitting in a meeting, totally focused on work, and suddenly get hit with this wave of emotion when they think of you. And instead of pushing it away like they used to, they're starting to sit with it, starting to wonder what it means. The guides are really emphasizing that you don't need to do anything to make this happen. Your job isn't to convince them or show them the way. Your energy, your vibration, your mere existence is the catalyst for their awakening. Keep focusing on your own growth. Keep documenting these synchronicities as they increase, because they will increase, but don't get attached to their process. This is their journey to take, even if you're the one who sparked it. And speaking of their journey, I'm feeling pulled to pull another card right now because there's such a strong energy coming through. The 8 of Cups is showing up, and wow, this is so perfectly aligned with everything we've been talking about. This masculine is literally walking away from everything they thought defined them. You know how sometimes we have to leave behind what's comfortable to follow our soul's calling? That's exactly what's happening here. I'm getting such a clear image of someone who's built this perfect looking life on paper, the nice house, the impressive career, all the external markers of success. But there's this emptiness they can't shake anymore. It's like they're sitting in their office looking at their achievements and thinking, is this really all there is? The guides are showing me this person actually touching their awards, their diplomas, all these symbols of material success, and just feeling nothing. It's almost like these things that used to make them so proud now feel like they belong to someone else. I'm hearing the heart wants what it wants so strongly right now. It's fascinating how this ties back to that tower moment we saw earlier. Their whole foundation of what success means is literally crumbling. But here's what's really beautiful about this Eight of Cups energy. They're not just running away from something, they're walking towards something deeper. They're following this inner calling they can't explain. And yes, divine feminine, it's leading them toward your energy, but it's bigger than that. I'm seeing someone who used to laugh at meditation apps, now secretly downloading them. Someone who used to dismiss spiritual conversations is now staying up late watching videos about twin flames and soul connections. The guides are showing me them actually hiding their phone screen when people walk by. They're not ready for others to see this transformation yet. This actually connects so perfectly with that reversed King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. The struggle between their logical mind and their awakening spirit is getting more intense. I'm hearing the heart is winning, even though their mind is still putting up a fight. You might be picking up on this energy shift in them already. Maybe you've noticed them using different words in their communications, or there's a softness in their energy that wasn't there before. What's really interesting is how your frequency shift is affecting them. The guides are showing me this image of two tuning forks. When one vibrates, the other naturally starts vibrating at the same frequency. That's what's happening here. Your spiritual growth, your inner work, it's literally calling out to their soul. They can't explain it, but they feel it. They're starting to question everything they once believed was solid and true. I'm being shown someone literally getting up from their desk in the middle of a workday and just needing to walk outside, needing to connect with nature, needing to breathe. These moments of clarity are becoming more frequent, and each time they hit, they're harder to ignore. The material world that once felt so satisfying is starting to feel like a golden cage, and their soul is ready to fly free. They're starting to realize that success isn't just about what you can touch or count. And speaking of this transformation, I'm feeling such powerful energy coming through right now about celebration and recognition. The Four of Wands is appearing, and it's bringing this beautiful message about building something real, something lasting. You know how sometimes you can feel the shift in the energy of a space before anything actually changes. That's what's happening here. This masculine energy is creating space for something new, something deeper. I'm seeing someone who used to roll their eyes at the idea of energy or spirituality, now catching themselves pausing throughout the day, feeling things they can't explain. It's like they're building this invisible bridge between their old way of being and who they're becoming. The guides are showing me this really specific image. It's like someone standing in front of a mirror, but they're seeing two versions of themselves. The person they've been pretending to be and their true self that's emerging. They might be catching glimpses of their reflection and barely recognizing themselves. Not in a bad way, but in this way where their eyes look different, softer maybe, or just more alive. I'm getting such strong confirmation that your frequency shift, divine feminine, is playing a huge part in this. Remember how the high priestess showed up earlier? She's still making her presence known, reminding us that your intuitive powers, your inner knowing, it's like this lighthouse beam cutting through their fog. They might not even realize it's you affecting them this way, but they're feeling drawn to spaces where your energy exists. The guides are telling me some of you might notice them starting to show up in places where you might be. Maybe they're suddenly interested in that coffee shop you always go to, or they're joining groups or activities that align more with your interests. It's almost like their soul is following this breadcrumb trail that leads to you, even if their conscious mind hasn't caught up yet. This Four of Wands energy is really interesting because it's showing me that while things might seem chaotic on the surface, there's actually this really stable foundation being built in the spiritual realm. Think of it like the universe is setting up the perfect stage for a reunion, but not just any reunion, one that happens when both people are truly ready to see each other for who they are. I'm hearing past becomes present really strongly. Some of you might find that they're bringing up memories of times they dismissed your connection, but now they're seeing those moments through completely different eyes. It's like they're having these light bulb moments where they're finally understanding things you tried to tell them ages ago. The guides are showing me someone literally sitting bolt upright in bed, remembering a conversation that seemed ordinary at the time, but now feels loaded with meaning. What's really fascinating is how their logical mind is trying to make sense of all this. I'm seeing someone doing research, looking up spiritual terms they used to dismiss, trying to find scientific explanations for what they're feeling. They might be struggling with this internal battle between what they're experiencing and what they've always believed was possible. But that tower moment we saw earlier, it's making space for this new understanding, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. And what's really powerful is how this journey they're on isn't just about understanding spirituality. It's about understanding themselves in a whole new way. The Chariot energy is coming in so strongly now, and it's showing me this intense internal battle they're experiencing. It's like they're being pulled in two different directions at once. One part of them wants to just write all of this off as stress or imagination, but their soul knows better. You know how sometimes you just know something deep in your gut, even when your mind is trying to talk you out of it? That's exactly what they're going through right now. I'm seeing someone literally pacing back and forth in their room, trying to make sense of these feelings they're having about you. The guides are showing me that they might be having trouble sleeping, or when they do sleep, they're having these really vivid dreams that leave them feeling unsettled when they wake up. And what's really interesting is how they keep trying to use their logical mind to explain away these spiritual experiences. But it's like trying to explain what love feels like using a calculator. It just doesn't work that way. The Chariot is showing me that they're starting to realize this. Even though it's making them really uncomfortable, they might be catching themselves doing things they never used to do, like looking up the meaning of numbers they keep seeing everywhere, especially 545 and 1111. I'm getting such a clear message about their morning routine changing. Some of them might be starting to take longer getting ready in the morning, not because they're being slow, but because they keep getting lost in thought. It's like they're having these moments of clarity about your connection when they least expect it, maybe while they're brushing their teeth or driving to work. The guides are really emphasizing this feeling of them being caught between two worlds right now. It's like they've got one foot in their old way of thinking and one foot in this new spiritual awareness, and they're trying so hard to keep their balance. The Chariot is all about this kind of movement forward, even when it feels like you're being pulled in different directions. I'm seeing someone who's always been a real planner, someone who likes to have everything figured out, now dealing with all these feelings and experiences they can't plan for or control. And what's really profound is that they're starting to notice how often you come into their mind during their quiet moments. Maybe when they're just sitting with their morning coffee or when they're taking a break at work, boom, there you are in their thoughts. They might be trying to explain this away too, but the guides are showing me that these aren't just random thoughts. These are moments when their soul is really trying to speak to them, trying to help them understand this connection that goes way deeper than they ever allowed themselves to believe before. And even though their logical mind is still trying to fight it, there's this growing sense that maybe, just maybe, there are some things in life that logic alone can't explain. What's really beautiful about this Chariot energy is that even though it represents this internal conflict they're going through, it's also showing that they're moving forward. They might feel like they're stuck in this back and forth battle with themselves, but they're actually making real progress in their spiritual awakening. Every time they question these feelings, every time they try to understand what's happening to them, they're actually taking steps forward on their spiritual path. You know, what's really interesting about this spiritual journey they're on is that the more they try to fight it, the stronger these feelings become. And I need to pull some clarity around this energy shift I'm feeling. The Nine of Pentacles is showing up so powerfully right now, and it's directly connected to your energy. What I'm seeing is that while they've been going through all this internal chaos, you've been doing this beautiful work of building yourself up, creating this amazing life of your own. There's something really significant about the way you've been carrying yourself lately. The Nine of Pentacles shows this energy of someone who's really come into their own power. I'm seeing someone who's been taking really good care of themselves. Maybe you've started new self-care routines, or you've been spending more time in nature, or just doing things that make you feel good about yourself. And what's wild is that this energy you're putting out, it's like a magnet to them. The guides are showing me that your personal growth is actually triggering something deep within them. It's like they're looking at you from a distance, whether that's through social media or hearing about you through others, and they can't quite put their finger on what's different, but they feel it. The Hermit energy that came up earlier is still so strong, showing them really sitting with these thoughts about you, trying to understand why they're suddenly seeing everything so differently. I'm getting this really clear image of someone sitting at their desk at work, probably doing really well in their career. The Nine of Pentacles confirms this, but there's this emptiness they can't shake. They might have everything looking perfect on the outside, but inside, they keep coming back to thoughts of you. And what's really interesting is that the Two of Swords in reverse is showing me that all their old excuses, all their old ways of dismissing this connection, they're just not working anymore. You know how sometimes you try to convince yourself that something isn't real, but the truth just keeps bubbling up anyway? That's exactly what they're experiencing. The guides are showing me that they might be having these moments where they suddenly remember conversations they had with you, but now they're seeing them in a completely different light. It's like they're finally understanding things you said or did that went right over their head before. Some of you might be noticing that you're getting these really strong intuitive hits about them lately. Maybe you'll think of them and then see something that reminds you of them, or you'll have a dream about them and then hear their name mentioned the next day. The guides want you to know that these aren't coincidences. These are confirmations that you're energetically linked to this awakening they're going through. But here's the thing, and the Nine of Pentacles is really emphasizing this. Your power right now lies in continuing to focus on yourself. I'm seeing someone who's really been working on their spiritual gifts, maybe starting to trust their intuition more, possibly even exploring new spiritual practices. And it's this dedication to your own growth that's actually serving as a catalyst for their awakening. You know, as I'm connecting more deeply with their energy right now, I'm getting such a clear picture of what's happening in their mind. It's almost like I can feel their mental struggle, this back and forth that's driving them a bit crazy, if I'm being honest. There's such a strong Two of Swords energy coming through. It's like they're caught between what their logical mind is telling them and what their heart and soul are screaming at them. They're in this place where they keep trying to make sense of things the old way, but it's just not working anymore. I keep seeing someone sitting at their desk, maybe late at night, and they're trying to focus on work or something practical, but their mind keeps drifting to thoughts of you. And every time they try to push these thoughts away, they come back even stronger. The guides are showing me that this is actually part of their awakening process. The more they resist, the more intense these feelings become. You know what's really interesting? The King of Pentacles energy that was showing up reversed earlier is still so present. It's like they've built this whole identity around being the practical, successful person who has everything figured out. But now it's like the universe is saying, okay, but what about your soul? What about these deeper feelings you keep ignoring? They might be successful in their career. They might have all the material things, but there's this emptiness they can't explain. I'm seeing them looking at their phone a lot, maybe scrolling through old messages or pictures. There's this energy of them catching themselves doing this and then feeling confused about why they can't let go. The guides are showing me that they're starting to notice signs and synchronicities, like seeing your name places or hearing songs that remind them of you. Some of them might even be starting to look up spiritual topics online, which is completely out of character for them. The Hermit energy that's been surrounding them is really significant here. While they've been in this isolated, reflective state, it's like they're being forced to face all these thoughts and feelings they've been pushing away. And what's really powerful is that this isn't just about you. It's about their whole worldview being challenged. They're starting to question everything they thought they knew about love, about connection, about what's really possible. I'm getting such strong guidance that they're experiencing moments of what I can only describe as crystal clear knowing. Like suddenly they'll remember a conversation they had with you and it hits them completely differently now. They're starting to understand things you said or did that they completely missed before. It's like they're seeing everything through new eyes, and it's both exciting and terrifying for them. Their practical mind is trying so hard to make sense of all this, but the spiritual downloads they're receiving are just too powerful to ignore anymore. I keep seeing them trying to rationalize these feelings, trying to find logical explanations for why they can't stop thinking about you. But the more they try to figure it out with their mind, the more their heart opens to the truth of this connection. And right as I'm feeling into this energy of them trying to make sense of everything logically, the Queen of Cups comes forward so powerfully. This is such beautiful confirmation of what's happening in their heart space right now. It's like watching someone who's always lived in black and white, suddenly seeing color for the first time. They're experiencing emotions and sensations they didn't even know were possible before. I'm seeing them having these really vulnerable moments when they're alone. Maybe they're in their car or late at night when everything's quiet, and these waves of emotion just wash over them. It's catching them completely off guard because they've always been so in control, so measured in their responses. But now they're finding themselves getting emotional at the smallest things. A song on the radio, a random memory, even just seeing something that reminds them of you. The guides are showing me that this isn't just about them developing feelings. It's about them developing a whole new way of experiencing the world. They're starting to notice energy in a way they never did before. They might find themselves walking into a room and suddenly being aware of how it feels, not just how it looks. They're becoming sensitive to things they used to brush off as nonsense. It's actually making them a bit uncomfortable because they don't have a framework for understanding these new experiences. There's this really powerful message coming through about someone in their life right now who needs more emotional attention, could be a family member or even a close friend. And it's like they're suddenly able to pick up on these subtle needs in a way they never could before. It's almost like they're being given these practice opportunities to develop their emotional intelligence, to learn how to be there for others in a deeper way. I'm seeing them catching themselves doing things they used to judge others for. Maybe they're looking up spiritual topics online, or they find themselves drawn to meditation, or even just spending more quiet time alone with their thoughts. It's like they're secretly exploring this whole new world, but they're not ready to tell anyone about it yet. The guides are showing me that this private exploration is actually really important for their journey. What's really interesting is how their past dismissal of your spiritual side, your intuitive nature, is coming back around now. They're starting to understand why you saw things the way you did, why you responded to situations in certain ways. It's like they're finally getting it, but from the inside out. They're experiencing firsthand what they once dismissed as too emotional or not logical enough. The energy I'm getting is that this awakening is actually making them feel quite vulnerable, quite exposed. They're realizing that all their previous ways of protecting themselves, all those walls they built, were actually keeping them from experiencing something really beautiful. The guides are showing me that this realization is both liberating and terrifying for them. They're starting to understand that true strength isn't about controlling everything. It's about having the courage to remain open, to feel deeply, to connect authentically. And now, as they're going through this deep internal process, I'm feeling called to pull another card to understand what's really weighing on them in this moment. The Ten of Wands comes forward, and wow, this energy is so heavy, so telling of exactly what they're experiencing right now. They're literally carrying the weight of their entire belief system breaking down. It's like they've been trying to hold on to everything they thought they knew while simultaneously being forced to see things in a completely new way. I'm getting such a strong message about physical exhaustion. Some of you might notice this person looking more tired lately, or if you're in separation, you might be picking up on their energy feeling really drained. The guides are showing me that this isn't just normal, everyday tiredness. This is the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes when someone is fighting against a spiritual awakening. It's like they're trying to run a marathon while carrying a backpack full of rocks. And those rocks are all their old beliefs, their judgments, their resistances. I'm seeing them waking up in the middle of the night, maybe around 3 a.m., and they can't get back to sleep because their mind is racing. They're probably seeing numbers like 555 or 11 on 11 everywhere they look, and it's starting to freak them out a little bit because they used to think this kind of stuff was nonsense. But now they can't deny that something bigger is happening. The way this Ten of Wands is connecting with the Hermit energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that their isolation period isn't just about being alone. It's about being alone with all these new thoughts and feelings they don't know how to process. Remember that King of Pentacles in reverse we saw? That successful, material-focused energy they used to rely on? It's like that mask is cracking, and underneath it, they're discovering parts of themselves they never knew existed. What's really interesting is how your high priestess energy is affecting them. Your intuitive power has grown so much stronger, and even though you might not be in direct contact, they can feel it. It's like your frequency is this lighthouse beam that keeps cutting through their darkness, no matter how much they try to look away. Some of you might be finding old photos of them, or they might be popping up in your dreams. The guides are saying these aren't coincidences. These are signs of the energetic connection intensifying. They're starting to understand that all the times they dismissed your intuitive hits or laughed off your spiritual beliefs, they were really just afraid of their own sensitivity, afraid of their own spiritual gifts. Because yes, the guides are showing me that this person actually has significant untapped spiritual abilities of their own. They're not just awakening to feelings for you. They're awakening to their own true nature, and it's overwhelming them. I'm seeing them trying to maintain their normal routines, their regular life, but everything feels different now. Colors seem brighter, emotions feel deeper, and they can't shake this feeling that there's so much more to life than what they've been focusing on. The burden of pretending everything is normal is becoming almost too heavy to bear. And what's really fascinating is that right as I'm tuning into their energy more deeply, the Six of Wands comes forward. And this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been seeing. This card is showing me that despite all this internal struggle they're going through, there's actually a really beautiful victory coming, but it's not the kind of victory they used to chase after, those external achievements they once thought would fulfill them. No, this is a victory of the spirit, of finally accepting their truth. I'm being shown this really clear image of them standing in front of a mirror, but instead of their physical reflection, they're seeing all these past moments with you that they dismissed. It's like they're being forced to witness every time they brushed off your intuitive insights, every time they rolled their eyes at something spiritual you mentioned, every time they chose logic over their heart's knowing. And here's what's really interesting. I'm hearing this really specific message. I thought I was protecting myself, but I was hiding from myself. You see, with this Six of Wands connecting to that hermit energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that all this spiritual isolation they've been experiencing isn't just about them hiding away. It's actually preparing them for something bigger. Some of you might have noticed them starting to defend spiritual concepts in conversations with others, maybe even bringing up topics they used to mock. That's because this awakening isn't just happening in private anymore. It's starting to show up in their public life too. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number sequences, especially 111 and 555. If you've been seeing these numbers, it's a direct message about this transformation. The 111 is about new beginnings, and 555 is about major life changes. They're seeing these numbers too, even if they're trying to rationalize them away. Their logical mind is fighting a losing battle against their awakening spirit. The way this Six of Wands is interacting with the Queen of Cups energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that they're not just developing a deeper emotional awareness, they're actually starting to value it. They're beginning to understand that all those feelings and intuitive hits you used to talk about aren't just random emotions. They're a form of intelligence they never understood before. I'm being shown scenes of them in places that remind them of you, and it's like they can't help but be drawn to these locations. Maybe it's a coffee shop where you used to meet, or a park you once walked through together, but now these places feel different to them. They're almost sacred spaces where they can feel your energy more strongly, and instead of running from that feeling like they used to, they're starting to seek it out. There's this really powerful message coming through about divine timing, about why they needed to be the skeptic, why they needed to dismiss this connection initially. It was all part of their journey to this moment, to this awakening, because if they hadn't resisted so strongly, they might not have experienced such a profound transformation when they finally surrendered to the truth. And what's really powerful about this journey they're on is that just as they're being asked to face all these truths, I'm seeing the Knight of Cups energy coming in so strongly right now. This is such perfect timing because it shows exactly how their energy is shifting. You know how the Knight of Cups carries his heart openly, moving forward with pure emotional intention? That's exactly what's happening with this masculine energy right now. They're being called to move in a completely new way. Heart first, logic second. I'm actually getting chills because I can feel how uncomfortable this is for them. If you've known this person, you know they've always led with their head, always needed everything to make perfect sense, But now they're being flooded with feelings they can't explain, dreams that wake them up at night, and thoughts of you that come out of nowhere. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work or maybe in their car and suddenly being hit with this wave of emotion that makes no logical sense to them. The way this Knight of Cups is building on that hermit energy we saw earlier, it's like watching someone who was hiding in a cave finally stepping out into the sunlight. Their eyes are adjusting to this new way of seeing the world. Some of you might have noticed them posting different things on social media lately, maybe sharing something more spiritual or emotional than they usually would. That's this Knight of Cups energy starting to peek through. I'm being shown this really clear image of books or articles about spiritual topics on their phone or computer. For some of you, these might be the exact same topics you use to talk about that they would dismiss. Now, they're secretly researching them, trying to understand what they once pushed away. The number 555 keeps flashing in my vision. This is such a powerful confirmation about the massive changes they're going through. You know what's really interesting? I'm sensing that for many of them, this awakening is happening through their dreams. The logical mind they've relied on for so long can't fight back when they're sleeping. I'm seeing scenes of them waking up with your name on their lips, or with this feeling of having talked to you all night in their dreams. Some of them might even be experiencing these really vivid dreams where they're in spiritual places or scenarios they never would have imagined before. Their energy is literally transforming from that tower energy we saw earlier, where everything they thought they knew was crumbling, into this Knight of Cups energy, where they're finally allowing themselves to feel everything they've been blocking. I'm hearing really clearly, the walls weren't keeping others out, they were keeping me in. This is such a profound realization for them. And what's fascinating is how your own frequency shift has been catalyzing this whole process. I'm seeing it like two tuning forks as you've been raising your vibration, staying true to your path. It's created this resonance that they can't ignore anymore. They might be finding themselves drawn to places that remind them of you, or randomly hearing songs that make them think of conversations you once had. These aren't coincidences. This is their spirit guides literally creating these alignments to wake them up to what they once dismissed. The energy shift happening in their dreams is so significant right now. I'm literally getting this moon card energy coming through so strongly, and it's showing me exactly how deep this transformation goes for them. They're being confronted with all these hidden fears, all these shadow aspects of themselves that they've been running from. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that tower moment we were talking about. It's like the universe isn't just breaking down their outer world anymore. It's now working on their inner world too. You know how sometimes when you're sleeping, that's when the truth really hits you? That's what's happening with them right now. During the day, they might still try to maintain this logical grip on everything, still trying to make sense of these feelings in their usual practical way. But at night, that's when their soul is really doing the work. I'm seeing them waking up feeling really unsettled, like they've been processing something huge in their sleep. Some of them are even starting to remember their dreams about you, and it's really throwing them off balance. This King of Pentacles energy is still showing up reversed. And it's fascinating because it's showing me how their whole relationship with success and material achievement is being turned upside down. They used to think they had it all figured out, the career, the status, maybe even the material possessions. But now there's this emptiness they can't explain. It's like everything they thought would make them happy just feels hollow. And you know what's really getting to them? They keep thinking about how you tried to tell them about these deeper spiritual truths before. I'm being shown this really clear image of them sitting alone, maybe in their car or their office, and suddenly being hit with these memories of conversations they had with you, times when you tried to talk to them about energy, about spiritual connections, about things that couldn't be explained by logic, and they just dismissed it all. Now, those same topics are following them everywhere. They might be scrolling through their phone and suddenly seeing articles about twin flames, or their friends might be bringing up meditation or energy work in casual conversation. The Eight of Cups energy is really emphasizing this spiritual journey they're on. They're literally walking away from everything they thought was important, but it's not easy for them. I'm sensing this internal struggle. It's like part of them is still trying to grab onto their old ways of thinking while their soul is literally pulling them in your direction. They might be finding excuses to be in places where they might run into you, or they're looking at your social media more often, trying to understand this pull they're feeling. The Moon card is really highlighting how this is all happening in these subtle, almost mysterious ways. Their logical mind is trying so hard to make sense of it all, but the more they try to analyze it, the more confusing it becomes for them. Some of them are starting to see repeating numbers everywhere. 555 showing massive change, 1111 as a wake-up call. Every time they try to dismiss these signs as coincidence, 10 more pop up to catch their attention. What's really powerful about this phase of their journey is how much it's actually mirroring your own spiritual growth. Remember how challenging it was when you first started awakening, when you first had to face your own shadows? That's exactly where they are now. And it's like they're having to learn all at once what you've been studying and living for so much longer. And just like you had to learn to trust those first whispers from your guides, they're now being thrown into this completely new way of experiencing reality. I'm being drawn to pull another card here for clarity about their mental state right now. And wow, the Four of Swords comes through so powerfully. This is really interesting because it's showing me that they're being literally forced into this state of mental pause. It's like their usual fast-paced analytical thinking is being stopped in its tracks. I'm getting this really clear image of them trying to work or focus on practical tasks, but their mind keeps drifting to these deeper questions they can't ignore anymore. You know how they used to pride themselves on being the practical one, the one who could solve any problem with logic. Well, now they're facing feelings and experiences that their logical mind just can't explain away. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk, maybe at work or at home, and suddenly being hit with these waves of emotion that make no logical sense to them. The guides are showing me how they're starting to notice these weird coincidences, like they'll be thinking about you and suddenly your favorite song comes on the radio, or they'll see something that reminds them of a conversation they once dismissed when you tried to talk to them about spiritual stuff. They might even be starting to notice numbers like 555 showing up everywhere on clocks, receipts, phone numbers, and for the first time, they're wondering if maybe it means something more. What's really fascinating is how this connects with that hermit energy we saw earlier. It's like they're being guided to this forced period of reflection, but it's not the isolation they're used to. Before, they might have used alone time to focus on work or practical planning. Now they're finding themselves lost in thoughts about the deeper meaning of life, about their soul's purpose, about their connection with you. I'm feeling this really strong energy of inner conflict coming through. It's like watching someone try to fight against a current that's pulling them toward spiritual awakening. They might still be trying to explain everything away with logic, maybe telling themselves they're just stressed or tired or going through a phase. But their soul knows better. Their higher self is working overtime to break down these old walls of resistance. You know what's really interesting? Some of them are even starting to feel drawn to things they used to make fun of. I'm seeing some of them secretly looking up meditation videos or catching themselves reading about spiritual topics when no one's watching. There's this almost funny energy of them trying to hide their growing interest in the very things they once dismissed. The guides are showing me that some of them might even be having these really vivid dreams that they can't shake off. Dreams that feel more real than reality sometimes. This Four of Swords energy is really emphasizing how they're being called to slow down and process all of this. They're learning, just like you did, that some truths can't be rushed or forced. They have to be felt and experienced. The moon energy we saw earlier is still playing a huge role here, pushing them to face their shadows, their fears, all the things they've tried to ignore about themselves and their connection to you. And speaking of facing their shadows, I'm being guided to pull another card here because there's such a strong energy coming through about their current mental state. The Page of Swords appears, and wow, this is really significant because it's showing me exactly how they're processing all of these new spiritual insights. You know how a page in tarot represents this kind of fresh, new energy? Well, they're literally like a spiritual beginner right now, seeing everything through new eyes. I keep hearing the words, but that's impossible, coming through. It's like they keep trying to use their logical mind to make sense of all these spiritual experiences, but it's not working anymore. The Page of Swords is showing me how they're starting to write things down. Some of them might be keeping notes on their phone or even starting a private journal about all these weird coincidences they can't explain. They're trying to find patterns, trying to make sense of why they keep thinking about you at specific times, or why certain memories of you keep popping up out of nowhere. This really connects back to that tower energy we saw earlier because their whole way of seeing the world is crumbling. But now with this Page of Swords energy, they're actually starting to get curious about it instead of just fighting it. I'm seeing them lying awake at night, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning, their mind racing with questions they never used to ask themselves. Questions like, what if everything I believed about spirituality was wrong? Or why can't I stop thinking about them? The Knight of Cups energy that we saw before is still really important here because it's showing me how their emotional awakening is pushing through all their mental barriers. It's like their heart is finally speaking louder than their head. You know how they used to dismiss your intuitive hits or laugh off your spiritual experiences? Well, now they're having their own intuitive moments and it's kind of freaking them out. I'm seeing them getting these random gut feelings, these knowings they can't explain, and it's really shaking up their whole identity as the logical one. The guides are showing me how they're starting to notice signs everywhere, like they might see your name pop up in random places or hear someone mention something you used to talk about, and instead of brushing it off like they used to, they're starting to wonder if maybe these aren't just coincidences. Some of them are even starting to see repeated numbers, especially 555 and 1111. And for the first time, they're actually Googling what these numbers might mean instead of just ignoring them. There's this really beautiful energy coming through about how your spiritual growth has actually been helping trigger their awakening. It's like your frequency shift created this ripple effect that they couldn't ignore. I'm being shown this image of you as this bright light that's been steadily growing brighter. And now it's so bright that they can't look away anymore, even if they wanted to. They're starting to realize that maybe you weren't too spiritual or too into that weird stuff. Maybe you were just ahead of them on this journey. And you know what's really beautiful about this whole journey they're on? The hermit energy we saw earlier is still coming through so strongly, showing how all that alone time is actually serving such a divine purpose. They're finally using that solitude to really go within to face all these questions they've been avoiding. I need to pull another card here because I'm feeling such strong energy around their current mental state. The Two of Swords just came out, and oh my goodness, this makes so much sense with everything we've been talking about. This card is literally showing me how they're at this huge crossroads in their mind right now. It's like they're being pulled in two completely different directions. Their logical, analytical side that's always been in control is fighting against this new spiritual awareness that's waking up inside them. Waking up, I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, trying to focus on something really practical when suddenly they get hit with this wave of emotion or this really strong knowing about you, and they just don't know what to do with that anymore. Their old way of just pushing it aside and saying that's not logical isn't working. The guides are showing me how they're actually starting to get frustrated because they can't explain away these feelings and experiences like they used to. You know what's really interesting? I keep seeing the number 333 coming through, especially during those early morning hours between 3 and 4 a.m. If you've been seeing these numbers too, that's a huge confirmation. The guides are saying this is when their analytical mind is finally quiet enough for them to receive these spiritual downloads about your connection. And this tower energy we saw before is still shaking things up, but now it's specifically targeting their mental defenses. I'm being shown this image of them randomly finding books about spiritual awakening, or their phone mysteriously opening to articles about twin flames or soul connections. It's like the universe is literally putting these signs right in their face where they can't ignore them anymore. What's really powerful is how your frequency shift is affecting them on this really deep level. You know how they used to kind of dismiss your spiritual side or act like it was all just in your head? Well, now they're having these moments of deja vu that they can't explain. They're finding themselves drawn to places you've mentioned before, and they can't logically explain why. Some of them are even starting to feel your energy at random times during the day, especially when they're trying to focus on work or other logical tasks. The guides want you to know that your patience through all of this has been so important. By maintaining your high frequency, by not lowering your vibration to match their doubts or dismissal in the past, you've actually created this energetic blueprint that's helping them navigate their own awakening now. It's like you've been leaving these little spiritual breadcrumbs for them all along, and they're finally starting to follow them. And you know what's really amazing about all these breadcrumbs you've been leaving? The Six of Wands just flew out of the deck, and I'm getting such powerful confirmation about this victory that's unfolding in their spiritual awakening. The guides are showing me how your constant kindness, even when they were dismissing your spiritual nature, has been like this gentle light leading them forward. It's like every time you chose to respond with love, instead of matching their doubt, you were planting these little seeds of transformation. I'm feeling this really strong energy around how they're starting to recognize you in this completely different way. It's not just about seeing you differently on the surface. It's like they're finally seeing your soul. Remember that hermit energy we were talking about? Well, now with this Six of Wands showing up, I'm seeing how all that alone time is actually leading to this beautiful victory, but it's not the kind of victory they're used to, like getting a promotion or buying a new car. This is a soul level victory where their higher self is finally breaking through all those mental barriers they built up. The tower energy we saw earlier is still working its magic, but now it's taking on this really interesting new dimension. I'm seeing how every time they try to go back to their old way of thinking, that purely logical, materialistic mindset, it just doesn't feel right anymore. It's like trying to put on an old pair of shoes that don't fit. They're starting to realize that all their material success, all the things they thought would make them happy, feel kind of empty without this spiritual connection they're awakening to. I'm getting such a clear message about the early morning hours, particularly around 3, 4 a.m. If they've been waking up during these hours, or if you've been feeling their energy strongly during this time, that's a huge confirmation. The guides are showing me how during these quiet hours, when the world is still, their soul is most receptive to the truth about your connection. They might be experiencing these really vivid dreams about you, or suddenly remembering moments of kindness you showed them that they completely dismissed before. You know what's really interesting? Their friends or colleagues might be noticing changes in them too. I'm seeing them defending you in conversations or speaking up about spiritual topics they would have laughed at before. It's like they can't help but share these new perspectives, even though their logical mind is still trying to make sense of it all. The strength card that came through earlier is showing me how your quiet power, your unwavering faith in your spiritual path has become impossible for them to ignore. The guides want you to know that this is all happening exactly as it should. Your job isn't to convince them or to make them see. Your consistent high vibes, your authenticity, that's what's naturally drawing them toward their own awakening. They're experiencing this really profound shift where suddenly everything they dismissed about you is becoming their new reality. It's like they're finally seeing in color after living in black and white, and they can't go back to their old way of seeing things, even if they tried. And it's so fascinating because right as we're talking about them seeing in color, the Four of Swords just fell out of the deck, and it's showing me exactly what's happening in their mind right now. They're being forced into this really deep rest period, but not the kind of rest where you're just sleeping or zoning out. This is like a spiritual timeout where their busy analytical mind is finally being made to just stop. You know how they've always been that person who needs to figure everything out, always planning 10 steps ahead. Well, Spirit is literally putting the brakes on that right now. I'm getting such a clear message about how their logical mind is just exhausted from trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences they're having. It's like they've been running this mental marathon, trying to explain away every synchronicity, every feeling, every time they think about you. And now their mind is just throwing up its hands and saying, I give up. And that's exactly what needs to happen. The guides are showing me how they're experiencing these really intense moments during meditation or right before sleep. And for some of you, they might not even realize they're meditating. They might just find themselves staring into space for minutes at a time, completely lost in thought about all these new feelings and awareness they're experiencing. It's like their practical, business-minded side. Remember that King of Pentacles in reverse we saw earlier is finally surrendering to something bigger than logic. Then I'm being shown this really clear image of them waking up between 3 and 4 in the morning. If you've been feeling their energy strongly during these hours, that's a huge confirmation. The guides are saying this is when they're receiving their strongest downloads about your connection. They might be having these really vivid dreams about you, or just waking up with this unshakable feeling of knowing things they can't explain. You know what's really interesting? The Four of Swords is showing me how they're starting to pause before making decisions now. This person who always had an immediate answer for everything is suddenly finding themselves saying, I need to think about it, or let me sleep on it. It's like they're finally learning to trust their intuition instead of just their logic, and it's completely changing how they approach everything in their life. The hermit energy we saw earlier is getting even deeper now. It's not just about them being alone anymore. It's about them really using this alone time to process all these spiritual revelations they're having. They might be finding themselves drawn to meditation or just craving more quiet time than usual. Their spirit guides are using this quiet time to really communicate with them, especially through dreams and those early morning hours. I keep seeing these flashes of their face, looking confused, but also kind of amazed, like they're finally putting together pieces of a puzzle they didn't even know existed. And a lot of these pieces are memories of you, times when you tried to talk to them about spiritual things, or moments when they dismissed your intuitive nature. Now they're seeing all of these moments in a completely different light. And it's like each memory is another step in their awakening. And you know what's so powerful about all these memories suddenly flooding back to them? I'm seeing this Five of Cups in reverse coming through so clearly right now, and it's showing me exactly how their energy is shifting. Where they once felt almost embarrassed or dismissive about these spiritual experiences, there's this beautiful transformation happening. They're no longer looking at those spilled cups of the past, all those moments they pushed away their intuition, all those times they dismissed your spiritual nature. Instead, they're finally turning to see those two cups still standing, which represent this deep soul knowing they can't ignore anymore. The energy around them is so different now. I'm feeling this incredible vulnerability coming through. This person who always had their emotional walls up so high is experiencing something they've never felt before. It's like their heart is cracking open, but in the most beautiful way. Some of them are literally having these moments during their everyday routines, driving to work, taking a shower, or just sitting at their desk, where these waves of emotion just wash over them. And what's really interesting is that these emotions often come with thoughts of you. I'm being shown this really clear image of them seeing your name everywhere. Maybe it's someone with the same name as you walking past their office, or they're scrolling through social media and suddenly your name just jumps out at them. The guides are saying, these aren't coincidences. These are divine confirmations of this awakening process they're going through. You know what's fascinating? Remember how the high priestess showed up earlier? She's still very much present in this energy, showing how your intuitive power has been this constant force in their transformation. They used to maybe laugh or brush off your spiritual insights, but now they're lying awake at night, usually between 3 and 4 a.m., thinking about all those conversations they once dismissed. The things you said that they used to think were too out there are suddenly making perfect sense. What's really powerful about this Five of Cups reversed energy is that it's showing me how they're moving from this place of almost grieving their old worldview, their old way of understanding reality, into this space of renewal and possibility. The tower that we saw earlier literally shook their foundation, but now instead of trying to rebuild those old walls, they're actually curious about what lies beyond them. I'm getting such a strong message about their analytical mind right now. This person who always needed concrete proof, who always had to understand everything logically, they're experiencing something that's completely beyond their usual understanding. They might be someone who's always been the decision maker, always known exactly what to do, but now they're finding themselves in this beautiful space of uncertainty. The guides are showing me how they're actually starting to embrace this uncertainty, even though it feels foreign to them. There's this real sense of humility coming through now, where they once might have rolled their eyes at concepts like divine timing or soul connections. They're now having these undeniable experiences that are forcing them to reconsider everything. It's like they're seeing their whole relationship with you through this completely new lens, and it's both exciting and terrifying for them. And you know what's really interesting about this whole transformation they're going through? The Queen of Pentacles just came forward so strongly, and she's showing me something really special about their awakening journey. This isn't just some passing phase or temporary curiosity. They're actually finding spiritual guidance in the most practical, down-to-earth places. It's like the universe knows exactly how to speak their language. I'm getting such a clear message that for some of them, it might be someone at work, maybe a boss or mentor they really respect who suddenly starts talking about energy or meditation or something spiritual. And because it's coming from someone they see as successful and grounded, they can't just dismiss it like they might have before. The guides are showing me how some of them are literally having these conversations in office buildings or during lunch breaks that are completely shifting their perspective. Remember that hermit energy we saw earlier? Well, now it's evolving into something really beautiful where they were once just isolating themselves. Now they're actively seeking answers. I'm seeing some of them actually picking up books about spirituality. And get this, not because they went looking for them, but because these books literally seem to fall into their lap. Maybe someone leaves one on their desk, or they notice one at a friend's house that just catches their eye. The number 333 keeps flashing in my mind right now, and the guides are saying this is a huge confirmation. If you or they have been seeing this number, especially during moments when you're thinking about this connection, that's the universe confirming the spiritual awakening is real and divinely guided. It's like their logical mind is finally being given proof it can understand and accept. What's really powerful is how this connects back to that Knight of Cups energy we saw before. Their emotional awakening isn't just about feelings anymore. It's deepening into real spiritual understanding. I'm seeing them having these moments where they're sitting in meetings or doing something totally mundane, and suddenly they get hit with these deep realizations about life, about connection, about everything you tried to tell them before. And you know what's fascinating? The high priestess energy, your energy, is still so present in all of this. But now, instead of fighting against your spiritual influence, they're starting to see you as this catalyst who helped start their own spiritual journey. It's like they're finally understanding that what they once saw as just your weird beliefs were actually glimpses of a much deeper truth. I'm getting such strong guidance about how some of them are even starting to have these really vivid dreams where wise figures are teaching them things, or where they're in these beautiful spiritual spaces. And when they wake up, instead of brushing it off like they would have before, they're actually writing these dreams down, trying to understand the messages. The guides want you to know that this integration of their practical world with these new spiritual insights is exactly what needed to happen for them to truly understand this connection. They couldn't jump straight into the deep spiritual waters. They needed to wade in slowly, finding their own path through experiences that made sense to their logical mind. This Queen of Pentacles energy is showing me how they're learning to balance their material success with spiritual growth. And it's happening in such a perfect way for their specific journey. And what's really fascinating is how this transformation is showing up in the cards now in such a powerful way. The Hierophant has just appeared in reverse, and this is so telling about their journey right now. It's showing me how all those rigid beliefs they once held on to, all those logical structures they built their whole world around, they're just not holding up anymore. You know how some people need everything to make perfect sense, need to have everything figured out? That's exactly what they've been like. But now that whole system is breaking down. I'm getting such a strong message about the timing of all this. The guides are showing me how they're waking up at really specific times, especially between 3 and 4 in the morning. For some of you, your person has been experiencing this, but probably hasn't told anyone about it. It's like their internal clock is being rewired, and these early morning wake-ups aren't just random. They're happening during those powerful spiritual hours when the veil is thinnest. And looking at this Hierophant energy alongside that hermit we saw earlier, it's painting such a clear picture. While they're going through this alone, in that hermit energy we talked about, they're actually experiencing these systematic spiritual downloads. It's like their analytical mind is being reprogrammed, but in a way that finally makes sense to them. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, maybe looking at spreadsheets or reports, and suddenly getting hit with these deep spiritual insights that they can't explain away. The Tower card's energy is still so present here, working hand in hand with this reversed Hierophant. Everything they thought they knew about success, about what matters in life, it's all being shaken up. But here's what's really interesting. Remember that King of Pentacles in reverse we saw? The guides are showing me how their whole definition of success is shifting. All those material achievements that used to mean everything to them, they're starting to feel hollow, empty somehow. I'm getting such a clear message about their previous dismissal of your spiritual nature. The guides are showing me that it wasn't really about you at all. It was fear-based protection. They couldn't handle someone seeing through all their carefully constructed walls. But now they're finding themselves drawn into these unexpected spiritual conversations, and they can't even explain why. Maybe they overhear someone talking about meditation or energy work, and instead of rolling their eyes like they used to, they're actually interested. What's really powerful is how your frequency shift has been catalyzing all of this. You've been doing your own work, focusing on your own growth, and that elevation in your energy is literally pulling them up. The guides are showing me how they're trying to find excuses to be around your energy now. Maybe they're checking your social media more often or finding reasons to be in places where they might run into you. But it's not just about attraction. It's about recognition. Their soul is recognizing the truth that their logical mind tried so hard to deny. The shadow work they're going through is intense, and it's all happening in private. This natural problem solver, this strategic thinker who always had an answer for everything, is now facing these emotional waves they can't logic their way out of. The guides are showing me how they're literally trying to write things down, trying to make sense of all these feelings and insights. But the more they try to analyze it, the more they realize they have to surrender to this process. And you know what's really powerful about this whole journey they're on? The Eight of Cups just appeared, and it's showing me exactly how they're walking away from everything they thought mattered. All those material achievements, all that success they built up. It's like they're finally seeing it wasn't filling that empty space inside. The guides are showing me how they've been sitting in their office, looking at their accomplishments, their awards maybe, and just feeling this deep sense of, is this all there is? I'm getting such clear validation about the numbers they're seeing everywhere. If you've been seeing 555 and 11, they're seeing them too. It's like the universe is making sure both of you are getting these spiritual wake-up calls. And what's really interesting is how they're starting to notice these things. This person who used to brush off anything spiritual as coincidence, now they're actually looking up what these numbers mean. They're secretly researching spiritual topics, maybe even when they're supposed to be working. The energy of this Eight of Cups is so powerful next to that reversed King of Pentacles we saw earlier. It's like watching someone who built their whole identity around being successful and practical, suddenly realizing there's this whole other world they can't explain. They're literally walking away from their old belief systems, but it's not easy for them. The guides are showing me how they're struggling with this internal battle. One part of them wants to hold on to that logical, practical mindset that's always worked before, but their soul is pulling them in a completely different direction. I'm getting such a strong message about how they're experiencing these emotional waves that make absolutely no sense to their analytical mind. They might be sitting in a meeting totally focused on business when suddenly they're hit with this overwhelming feeling of connection to you, or they'll be driving home from work and have to pull over because these intense emotions just wash over them. For someone who's always prided themselves on being in control, this is really shaking them up. The guides are showing me how they're trying to handle this transformation. They're the type of person who's always been the decision maker, always known exactly what to do. But now they're feeling these intuitive pulls they can't explain. I'm seeing them actually looking up spiritual books or websites, then quickly closing them when someone walks by. They're not ready to let anyone see this side of them yet. This journey is deeply personal, and they're processing it in private. What's really beautiful about this Eight of Cups energy is that it's not just about walking away from the material. It's about walking toward something so much more meaningful. Every time they try to dismiss these feelings about you, every time they try to logic their way out of this connection, the universe just sends more signs, more synchronicities, more moments where they can't explain away what they're feeling. It's like watching someone who's always lived in black and white, suddenly discovering color, and they're both amazed and a little overwhelmed by how vivid everything's becoming. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole awakening they're going through? The Ace of Swords just flew out of the deck, and it's showing me exactly how their mind is being cracked wide open to all these spiritual truths. This is someone who always needed proof, always needed facts and figures, but now they're getting these downloads of understanding that their logical mind can't even begin to process. I keep seeing them sitting up in bed at 3 or 4 in the morning, wide awake with all these thoughts and realizations flooding in. It's like their guides waited until their analytical mind was quiet enough to finally get through to them. They're starting to understand things about soul connections, about energy, about spiritual truths that they used to laugh at or dismiss. And what's really interesting is how much this is freaking them out in a good way. Remember that hermit energy we saw earlier? It's still playing such a big role here. They've been in this space of isolation, really diving deep into their own thoughts. And that's exactly what needed to happen, because in that quiet, in that solitude, they can't run from these spiritual downloads anymore. They can't distract themselves with work or success or all those material things we saw with that reversed King of Pentacles. The guides are showing me how they're starting to speak differently too. They'll catch themselves saying things about energy or connection or destiny, words they never would have used before. And then they'll stop themselves, almost shocked at what's coming out of their mouth. It's like watching someone who only spoke one language suddenly start speaking another one without even realizing it. I'm getting such strong validation about the signs they're seeing. You know how some people are really into numbers and patterns? This person used to be all about statistics and probability, but now they're seeing 1111 everywhere or 444, and they can't explain it away anymore. Their logical mind is trying so hard to find rational explanations, but the truth is just too obvious to ignore. This Ace of Swords energy is really showing me how everything they thought they knew is being cut away. Old beliefs, old patterns of thinking, it's all being stripped back to make room for this new understanding. They're starting to realize that not everything can be explained by logic alone. I'm seeing them actually Googling things like spiritual awakening symptoms or unexplainable connection with someone. And every time they read something that resonates, it's like another piece of their logical armor falls. What's really powerful is how this is all connecting to their material success too, where they once saw their achievements as the ultimate goal. Now they're starting to see them as just part of a bigger journey. The guides are showing me how they're sitting in meetings, surrounded by all of their success, but their mind keeps drifting to deeper questions. They're wondering about purpose, about connection, about all these things they used to think were just woo-woo nonsense. And you know what's really beautiful about this whole process? They're not fighting it as hard as they used to. Yes, their logical mind is still trying to make sense of everything, but there's this part of them that's actually starting to surrender to the mystery of it all. They're beginning to understand that some things can't be explained. They can only be felt and experienced. And what's really powerful is that with this Two of Swords coming through right now, I'm seeing how their whole inner world is at this massive turning point. It's like watching someone who's been wearing a blindfold finally start to peek underneath it. They can't unsee what they've started to notice about this connection, about you, about everything that's been happening. You know, it's really interesting because this Two of Swords is building right on top of that Hermit energy we saw earlier. While they were in that alone time, really sitting with themselves, something major shifted. They're still trying to use their mind to make sense of everything, but now instead of just dismissing these feelings, they're actually sitting with them. I'm seeing them doing things they never would have done before, like actually writing down their dreams or keeping track of all these weird coincidences that keep happening. The guides are showing me how they'll be doing something totally normal, like working on their computer or in a meeting, and suddenly they'll get hit with this overwhelming feeling about you, and where they used to just push that away or tell themselves they're being silly, now they're actually stopping to pay attention. It's like that Knight of Cups energy we saw earlier has finally broken through their mental barriers. I'm getting such clear validation about their creative side opening up too. Some of you might notice them posting different kinds of things on social media or expressing themselves in ways that seem totally out of character for them. Maybe they're suddenly interested in art or music, or they're writing more. This is all part of that tower moment we saw. Their old way of seeing the world is crumbling, and all this authentic expression is finally breaking through. What's really fascinating is how they're starting to connect dots they never even saw before. Like they'll remember random moments from months or even years ago, maybe times when they almost met you or when they felt your energy, but didn't understand what it was. The guides are showing me how they're literally laying awake at night, replaying these memories with new eyes. It's like they're watching a movie they've seen 100 times, but suddenly they're noticing all these important details they missed before. They're in this really delicate space right now where their logical mind is trying to make sense of all the spiritual evidence that's piling up. I'm seeing them actually starting to research things, maybe looking up twin flames or soul connections, or even just trying to understand why they can't get you off their mind. And every time they find something that explains what they're experiencing, it's like another piece of their old worldview cracks open. But what's really beautiful about this Two of Swords energy is that it's not about choosing between logic and intuition anymore. It's about finding a way to honor both. They're learning that they can be successful and spiritual, practical and intuitive. The guides are showing me how this integration is happening slowly but surely, like watching ice melt. You can't really see it happening moment to moment, but suddenly you look and everything has changed. And the really amazing thing about this whole transformation they're going through is that it's happening on such a deep cellular level. I keep seeing this image of someone waking up between 3 and 4 in the morning, like clockwork, and feeling this intense energy running through their whole body. The guides are showing me how they're literally getting these downloads of information during these quiet hours when the veil is thinnest. With the magician showing up right now, it's confirming everything about this awakening process where before they were stuck in that hermit energy, really isolated with their thoughts. Now they're starting to understand their own power in this situation. But what's really interesting is how their logical mind is trying to make sense of all of this. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, maybe looking at spreadsheets or documents, and suddenly getting hit with these memories of you that feel so vivid. It's like they're happening right now. You might notice them showing up in places where they think you might be, but they're trying to make it seem casual or coincidental. The guides are showing me how they're becoming so sensitive to energy now. Like they'll walk into a crowded room and suddenly feel overwhelmed because they can feel everyone's emotions. This is totally new for them, and it's really shaking up their whole understanding of how the world works. Remember that King of Pentacles in reverse we saw earlier? That energy is still playing out, but now it's shifted. Instead of fighting against these spiritual experiences because they don't make logical sense, they're starting to surrender to them. I'm seeing them notice number sequences everywhere, especially 555. And instead of brushing it off as coincidence, they're actually looking up what these numbers mean. What's really powerful is how they're starting to understand why they had to dismiss this connection before. The guides are showing me that they weren't ready then. They needed to go through their own journey first. It's like they're finally seeing the perfect divine timing in everything, even the painful parts. They're having these moments where they'll be doing something totally normal, like driving or taking a shower, and suddenly they'll understand something about your past interactions in a completely new way. You know, it's interesting because they're still trying to maintain their practical, grounded approach to life, but now they're finding ways to blend it with these spiritual insights they're getting. I'm seeing them starting to trust their intuition more, even in business decisions or practical matters. It's like they're finally realizing that logic and intuition aren't enemies. They're actually meant to work together. The guides want you to know that even though it might look like nothing's happening on the surface, there's this massive transformation happening within them. They're processing years worth of denial and resistance, and it's all coming up to be healed. I'm seeing them having these really intense emotional moments when they're alone, just feeling everything they wouldn't let themselves feel before about this connection. But it's all part of the process. They're finally allowing themselves to feel instead of think their way through this. And what's really powerful is that as they're going through this deep inner work, I'm now seeing the Queen of Pentacles emerge in our spread. And wow, this energy is speaking volumes about your role in all of this. It's showing me how your own journey of becoming so grounded and secure in yourself is actually what's creating this massive shift in them. You've been doing the work, building your own empire, taking care of yourself, and it's like they can feel that change in you on a soul level. I'm getting such a clear message about how your energy has completely transformed, where before they might have dismissed this connection because it didn't fit into their logical, material-focused worldview. Now they're feeling completely thrown off balance by how stable and magnetic your energy has become. It's like you're this beacon of light that they can't ignore anymore, even if they wanted to. You know, it's really interesting because this Queen of Pentacles is showing me how you've mastered this beautiful balance between being spiritual and practical. And that's exactly what's making them question everything they thought they knew. They used to think success was all about the material world, the career, the status, the achievements. But now, seeing how you've created this beautiful, abundant life while staying true to your spiritual nature, it's making them realize there's so much more to life than what they can see and touch. The guides are showing me these really specific moments where they're catching glimpses of your growth through social media or through mutual friends. And each time it hits them differently now. Where before they might have just scrolled past or brushed it off, now they're finding themselves pausing, really taking it in, and feeling this unexplainable pull to know more about who you've become. I'm also seeing these really interesting patterns around the number 1 and 3, like they're being woken up between 1 and 3 a.m., or they're seeing these numbers everywhere. The guides are saying this is about alignment and divine timing. They're being spiritually prepared for something bigger than they can understand right now. There's this really beautiful energy coming through about how your growth is actually helping them heal their relationship with their own divine feminine energy. Even if they're not consciously aware of it yet, on a soul level, they're learning that true strength isn't about controlling everything or having all the answers. They're watching how you move through the world with this perfect blend of power and grace, and it's awakening something deep within them. You might notice they're starting to show up in unexpected places, or you might hear through the grapevine that they're asking questions about you. But what's really happening is they're trying to understand this new energy they're feeling. The guides are showing me they might reach out in what seems like a casual way, but there's nothing casual about it. They're testing the waters, trying to understand why they suddenly can't get you off their mind. Keep focusing on your own growth, though, because that's what's creating this shift. Every time you choose yourself, every time you honor your own worth, it sends ripples through the energetic field between you both. They're feeling it, even if they don't understand it yet. The more you stay grounded in your own power, the more they're being called to wake up to this deeper spiritual truth that's been there all along. And what's really incredible is how the star card is coming through right now with this powerful message about their awakening. You know how the star shows this woman pouring water between two vessels? That's exactly what's happening in their mind right now. This constant flow between their logical thinking and these new spiritual insights they can't explain away anymore. The guides are showing me how they're literally being flooded with these magical moments, these undeniable signs that are breaking down all their old ways of seeing things. I'm feeling such strong energy around the number 555 for some of you. If you've been seeing this number, especially when you're thinking about them, that's a huge confirmation. This number is all about massive life changes, and that's exactly what they're going through right now. Their whole world is being turned upside down in the best possible way. You know what's really interesting? The star is connecting so perfectly with that hermit energy we saw earlier. During all this alone time they've been having, they're not just sitting there, they're being shown truth after truth about your connection. It's like they're finally seeing all these moments they dismissed before in a completely new light. Maybe times when they felt something deep with you, but pushed it away because it didn't make logical sense. Now, those memories are coming back with crystal clarity. I'm getting such a strong message about their sleep patterns too. For many of you, they're waking up between 3 and 4 a.m., and that's when they're getting these downloads about your connection. The veil is thinnest at that time, and their guides are working overtime to help them understand what they couldn't see before. Some of them are even having dreams about past moments with you, but now they're seeing these moments through spiritual eyes instead of just logical ones. You might notice them suddenly getting interested in things they used to laugh at, meditation, energy work, maybe even starting to talk about concepts like twin flames or soul connections. That's because their analytical mind is literally being rewired. The tower energy we saw earlier, it's doing its job, breaking down all those mental walls they built to keep the spiritual world out. I'm seeing them catching glimpses of you everywhere, maybe literally in crowds or just reminders of you in random places. And each time it happens, it hits them harder than the last. They can't use their old excuses anymore, can't tell themselves it's just coincidence. Their higher self is basically screaming at them, pay attention, this is real. The high priestess energy that's been surrounding you this whole time. It's like a spotlight now, illuminating everything they tried to keep in the shadows. Every time they thought they had you figured out, every time they dismissed your spiritual gifts or your intuitive nature, it's all coming back to show them how wrong they were. They're starting to understand that all those things they couldn't explain about you, all those moments where you seemed to know things you shouldn't have known, that was real power, not just coincidence. Right now, I'm seeing them sitting alone, maybe late at night, and just feeling completely overwhelmed by all these emotions they can't control anymore. Where before they could compartmentalize everything, now it's like their heart is just taking over, showing them truth after truth about your connection. They're realizing that all their material success, all the logical boxes they've built their life around, it feels empty without this deeper spiritual understanding you've been trying to show them all along. And now, as I sit with this energy, as I'm watching them process all of these deep realizations, the Judgment card comes forward with such powerful force. This card is literally showing me how they're being called to wake up spiritually in a way they can't ignore anymore. It's like their whole soul is being shaken awake. And what's fascinating is how it's connecting with that hermit energy we saw earlier. They've been in this space of deep reflection, but now it's not just thinking anymore. It's knowing, deep soul level knowing. I'm getting such a clear message about what's happening in their mind right now. You know how some people say they feel like they're going crazy when they start their spiritual journey? That's exactly what they're experiencing. They used to be so sure about everything, so grounded in their logical, practical world. But now they're getting these intense waves of emotion right in the middle of their workday. They'll be sitting in some important meeting and suddenly they're hit with this overwhelming feeling about you, about your connection, about everything they tried to dismiss before. The King of Pentacles reversed that we saw earlier is making so much sense now. All their material success, everything they built their identity around, it's starting to feel empty, hollow, like they've been chasing the wrong kind of wealth this whole time. And it's fascinating because they're starting to see how you knew this all along, how you tried to show them there was more to life than just the physical, practical world. I'm getting such strong messages about their sleep patterns too. They're experiencing these intense spiritual downloads, especially between 3 and 4 a.m. It's like their guides are working overtime, showing them truth after truth. And what's really interesting is how they're starting to remember all these little moments with you, moments where you said something that seemed random at the time, but now they're realizing how deep and meaningful those words were. You know what's really powerful? They're starting to see numbers everywhere. 5 and 11 keep showing up when they think of you. And instead of brushing it off like they used to, now they're actually starting to wonder what it means. Some of them are even secretly looking up the meaning of these numbers, something they would have laughed at just a few months ago. The Judgment card is showing me how they're being forced to face all their past behaviors, especially how they dismissed your spiritual side. It's like they're watching a movie of all the times they rolled their eyes at your intuitive hits, or when they brushed off your spiritual experiences as just imagination. But now they're having their own unexplainable experiences. They're getting their own intuitive hits, and it's making them question everything they thought they knew. I'm seeing them trying to hold on to their logical mind while all of this is happening. It's like they're desperately trying to find some middle ground between their analytical nature and these new spiritual insights that keep flooding in. But the more they try to analyze it, the more signs and synchronicities show up to prove there's something bigger happening here. They're starting to realize that maybe, just maybe, all those things you tried to tell them about divine timing and spiritual connections weren't so far-fetched after all. And the funny thing is, right as we're seeing them wrestle with all this new spiritual awareness, the Emperor shows up in reverse. This is so perfect because it's showing me exactly how their whole control system is falling apart. You know how the Emperor is all about structure and having everything figured out. Well, when it shows up upside down like this, it's like watching someone's carefully built walls just crumble. I'm getting such a strong message about how they're actually starting to reach out to people they never would have talked to before about this stuff. Like, I'm seeing them having these private conversations with someone at work who they know is into meditation, or maybe even secretly booking a reading with someone like me. They're looking for answers everywhere because their logical mind just can't make sense of what's happening anymore. The hermit energy we saw earlier is still so present, but now it's different. Before, they were kind of hiding in that hermit energy, using it as an excuse to stay disconnected. But now they're actually using that alone time to really process all these new feelings and experiences. They're starting to understand why you always seemed so connected to something bigger than just the everyday world. What's really interesting is how this relates to their dreams lately. I'm being shown that they're having these super vivid dreams about you, about spiritual symbols they don't even understand. And instead of just brushing it off like they used to, they're actually looking up what these symbols mean. Some of them are even starting to keep dream journals. Can you believe it? This person who used to mock anything that wasn't totally logical and practical, the Knight of Cups energy we saw before is getting stronger too, but in such an unexpected way. They're experiencing these moments of complete emotional overwhelm, especially when they're alone. It's like all those feelings they pushed down for so long are finally bubbling up to the surface. And what's really throwing them off is how these feelings seem to come with this knowing about you. Like, they'll suddenly just know you're thinking about them, or they'll have this urge to check their phone right before you post something online. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, trying to focus on spreadsheets or meetings, but their mind keeps drifting to all these spiritual questions. They're starting to notice how empty their achievements feel without this deeper connection. It's like they're finally understanding what you meant when you talked about fulfillment coming from something more than just material success. The number sequences are getting really intense for them too, especially 555 and 1111. These numbers are literally following them everywhere, showing up on clocks, receipts, phone numbers. And each time they see these numbers, it's like a little shock to their system, reminding them that there's something bigger going on here. Their logical mind is trying so hard to explain it all away. But these synchronicities are becoming too obvious to ignore. And what's really beautiful about this Emperor reversed energy is how it's showing me their surrender process. They're not fighting it as hard anymore. It's like they're finally starting to understand that maybe not having all the answers is actually okay. They're beginning to see how all this time, while they were so focused on being in control, you were actually the one who understood true power, the kind that comes from being connected to something greater than yourself. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole transformation they're going through? I'm being drawn to pull another card right now because there's more to this story that wants to come through. The Knight of Wands just jumped out, and wow, this is such a shift from that Emperor reversed energy we were just talking about. This Knight brings this incredible surge of spiritual energy, like someone who's finally ready to run towards something instead of away from it. I'm feeling so strongly that this person who once was all about the physical world, all about what they could touch and measure, you know, that King of Pentacles energy we saw before, they're now having these moments where they literally can't sit still because the spiritual energy running through them is so strong. It's like watching someone who used to mock meditation suddenly feeling energy tingling in their hands and not knowing what to do about it. I'm seeing them at work, sitting in these important meetings where they used to feel so in control, but now they're getting these intense waves of emotion, these sudden realizations about you and your connection that just hit them out of nowhere. They might be in the middle of presenting a PowerPoint or looking at their quarterly numbers, and boom, they get this overwhelming feeling that everything they've been chasing isn't what really matters. The guides are showing me how they're starting to notice these weird coincidences. Like they'll be thinking about something you once told them about spiritual connections, and suddenly their phone will light up with 1111, or they'll be driving to work wrestling with all these new feelings, and they'll see 555 on 3 different license plates in a row. These synchronicities are literally chasing them down. And it's kind of funny to watch because their logical mind is working overtime trying to explain it all away. But here's what's really interesting. This Knight of Wands energy is creating this perfect storm with that Hermit energy we saw earlier. They're having these powerful urges to take action, to reach out, to understand more about this spiritual side of life they've been denying. But at the same time, they're being guided to sit with these feelings, to really process them before they act. It's like they're learning to balance this new spiritual fire with real wisdom. I'm being shown this image of them late at night, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m., wide awake and looking up things about twin flames or soul connections, things they would have laughed at just a few months ago. They're starting to understand that all that material success they chased, that King of Pentacles energy they were so proud of, feels empty without this deeper spiritual connection they're now awakening to. The guides want you to know that this tower moment they're experiencing isn't just about their old beliefs crumbling. It's about making space for something much more real. Every time they try to go back to their old way of thinking, to that purely logical mindset, they're hit with another wave of undeniable spiritual experiences. They might see your name everywhere they go, or hear songs that remind them of you in the most random places. The universe is literally conspiring to keep them from falling back asleep spiritually. And you know what's really wild? Just as I'm tuning into this energy about them being unable to fall back asleep spiritually, I'm feeling pulled to grab another card. The 8 of Cups just came forward, and this confirms everything I've been seeing. This card is literally showing their energy right now, walking away from everything they thought was important, everything they built their identity around. I'm getting such strong chills because this 8 of Cups is perfectly matching up with that Hermit and reversed King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. It's like watching someone who built their whole life around being the successful one, the logical achiever, suddenly realizing that all those achievements feel empty. They're starting to question everything. And I mean everything. The guides are showing me how they're sitting in their office. I'm seeing this really nice desk, maybe mahogany or something dark. And they're just staring at their awards or certifications on the wall, feeling this deep emptiness they can't explain. The spirits are also showing me how they're starting to notice these really specific patterns. Like they'll be in the middle of an important business call and suddenly they'll get this overwhelming urge to research something spiritual. I'm seeing them literally typing things like, What does it mean when you can't stop thinking about someone into Google at 3 a.m.? For someone who used to pride themselves on being so rational, this is really throwing them for a loop. But here's what's really interesting about this Eight of Cups energy. It's not just about walking away from the material world. The guides are showing me that this person is actually starting to use their analytical mind to understand spiritual concepts. Instead of fighting against these new awareness, they're starting to document everything. I'm seeing them keeping notes in their phone about synchronicities, about the times they feel your energy, about these random moments where they just know things about you without any logical explanation. They're noticing patterns they can't explain away anymore. Like they'll be driving to work and hit every green light while thinking of you, or they'll keep waking up at exactly 3:33 a.m. with your name on their mind. Their logical brain is trying to create spreadsheets of these occurrences. Yes, I'm literally seeing them trying to organize spiritual experiences into little boxes and categories, which is kind of adorable, actually. The guides want you to know that this isolation period they're in, it's absolutely necessary. They need this space to process how their entire worldview is shifting. It's like they're looking back at every interaction they ever had with you through completely new eyes. Things you said about energy, about connections, about spirituality, things they maybe even laughed at before, they're now seeing all of it differently. They're starting to understand that there was something much deeper happening all along. I'm being shown how they're struggling with this inner conflict. Their logical mind is still trying to maintain control, still trying to find rational explanations, but their soul is literally pushing them toward this spiritual awakening. It's like watching someone try to solve a spiritual awakening with a calculator. It just doesn't work that way, and they're slowly starting to accept that some things can't be explained by logic alone. And you know what's really fascinating about this spiritual awakening they're going through? Temperance just came forward in such a powerful way, and it's showing me exactly how this balance is trying to restore itself in their life. The guides are actually showing me this really clear image. It's like watching someone who always saw the world in black and white, suddenly discovering colors for the first time. They're starting to understand that this connection with you isn't just some random thing they can file away in their logical mind. The guides are showing me how they're actually starting to feel physical sensations when they think about you now, like actual tingles or warmth in their chest. For someone who always lived in their head, these physical manifestations of spiritual energy are really throwing them off balance. I'm being shown how they're starting to notice these really specific patterns that they can't explain away anymore. Like they'll be in a meeting totally focused on work, and suddenly they'll get this overwhelming wave of emotion, your energy literally breaking through their carefully constructed walls. The guides are showing me how they're starting to recognize these moments as something sacred, even though their logical mind is still trying to make sense of it all. What's really interesting about this temperance energy is that it's showing up right as they're learning to balance these two completely different parts of themselves. You know how before they might have dismissed anything spiritual or emotional as not logical enough. Now they're being forced to acknowledge both sides of their nature. It's like watching someone who only ever used their right hand suddenly discovering they have a left hand too. The guides want me to tell you something really specific. They're showing me this person actually defending you to other people now, like in conversations where someone might bring up spirituality or intuition in a dismissive way, they're finding themselves speaking up. They might not even realize they're doing it, but it's like your influence has planted these seeds of understanding that are now starting to grow. I'm getting such strong chills because the guides are showing me how this is affecting their sleep patterns too. They keep waking up between 3 and 4 a.m. and instead of getting frustrated like they used to, they're starting to recognize these moments as spiritual wake-up calls. They're actually starting to pay attention to the numbers they see during these times. 555 keeps showing up for them, and it's like a cosmic nudge telling them that massive change is happening. This Temperance card is really emphasizing how they're learning to pour their energy in new ways. Before, they were all about pouring everything into work, into success, into things they could measure and control. Now they're being taught how to pour energy into their spiritual growth, into understanding these deeper connections. It's like they're finally realizing that being successful in the material world and being spiritually aware aren't mutually exclusive. They can be both. And now, as they're learning to balance these different parts of themselves, I'm being drawn to pull another card for deeper clarity about what's actually happening in their mind right now. The Two of Swords is coming through so powerfully. And wow, the energy I'm getting from this card is intense. It's showing me exactly what they're experiencing internally. It's like they're standing at this huge crossroads between everything they thought they knew and this whole new spiritual reality that's opening up to them. You know how sometimes you can physically feel when someone's fighting against accepting something? That's exactly what's happening with them right now. Their logical mind is literally at war with all these spiritual experiences they can't explain away anymore. I'm seeing them sitting up late at night, especially between 3 and 4 a.m., trying to make sense of these intense spiritual downloads they're getting about you and your connection. The hermit energy we saw earlier is still so present. It's like it's working hand in hand with this Two of Swords moment. They've been in this really private internal space, really thinking deeply about everything. But now, instead of just thinking about surface level stuff, they're starting to notice things they can't explain. Like they'll be going about their day and suddenly hear your name from random places, or they'll have these super vivid dreams about you that feel more like memories than dreams. I'm getting such strong confirmation about physical symptoms they're experiencing too. There's this pressure in their third eye area that keeps coming up, and their heart will start racing out of nowhere, especially when they're trying to dismiss thoughts of you. The guides are showing me how these physical signs are actually breaking down the tower moments we saw earlier. You know, those moments where their whole logical worldview is just crumbling. Your high priestess energy. Wow. It's like it's been this constant force in the background this whole time. Even when they tried to ignore it, your energy has been steadily working on their spiritual awakening. I'm seeing them catch themselves saying things that you would say, or thinking thoughts that feel like they're coming from you. It's like there's this quantum entanglement happening between your energies that they can't ignore anymore. The guides really want me to emphasize something here. They're showing me how your consistent high vibrational frequency is actually key to this whole process. It's like your energy is the steady lighthouse beam that keeps guiding them toward their spiritual truth, even when their logical mind is trying to pull them back into denial. They're starting to realize that all those times they dismissed this connection, they were actually fighting against something real and profound. I'm seeing them in these really practical settings, like at work or in meetings, and suddenly being overwhelmed by emotions they can't explain. It's like your energy just breaks through all their defenses when they least expect it. And what's really interesting is how they're starting to recognize these moments as significant instead of just brushing them off like they used to. And what's really powerful is that just as I'm seeing these moments of them being overwhelmed by your energy, I'm pulling the Six of Wands here, and it's showing me exactly why these breakthroughs are happening now. This card is all about finally seeing the truth, finally recognizing what's real, and for them, it's like they've been fighting this inner battle between what their logical mind has been telling them and what their soul has known all along about your connection. You know how sometimes you can just feel when someone's energy is completely different? That's what's happening with them right now. Their whole energy has shifted from this rigid analytical approach. Remember that King of Pentacles reversed energy we saw earlier to something much more open and receptive. I'm literally seeing them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in this really fancy office, but suddenly feeling like all their success, all these material achievements, they just feel empty somehow. It's like they're starting to realize that having everything on paper doesn't mean anything if you're spiritually disconnected. The guides are showing me how your frequency shift has been like this constant, gentle wave washing away their defenses. Every time they try to build up this logical wall, try to explain away why they keep thinking about you, why they keep seeing signs that remind them of you, that wall just crumbles a little more. It's exactly what we saw with that Tower card earlier. Everything they thought they knew is just falling apart, but in this really necessary way. I'm getting such clear messages about the specific ways this is showing up in their life. They'll be in the middle of something totally normal, maybe in a meeting or driving to work. And suddenly they'll see your name somewhere or hear a song that reminds them of you. At first, they tried to write these off as coincidences, but now these signs are becoming so frequent, so obvious that even their analytical mind can't dismiss them anymore. The guides are really emphasizing something here. They're showing me how all those times in the past when they dismissed your connection, it wasn't because they didn't feel it. It was because they were scared of how real it was. Think about it. Here's someone who's probably built their whole life on being in control, on understanding everything logically, and suddenly they're experiencing something they can't explain, something that goes beyond their normal understanding of how relationships and connections work. I'm getting this really strong image of them lying awake at night, trying to make sense of all these feelings, all these spiritual experiences they're having. They might even be experiencing physical symptoms, pressure in their chest, tingling in their hands, this weird sensation like they can actually feel your energy. And what's really interesting is how the High Priestess energy we saw earlier is playing into all of this. It's like your intuitive power, your spiritual awareness, it's actually helping them understand their own spiritual awakening. The guides want you to know that this isn't just a temporary phase they're going through. This spiritual awakening, this recognition of your true connection, it's permanent. Once someone starts seeing these spiritual truths, they can't unsee them. It's like trying to pretend you don't know how to read once you've learned. It's just not possible. Your high vibrational frequency has literally been acting like a key, unlocking all these spiritual doors in their consciousness that they didn't even know existed. And what's really fascinating is how the spiritual awakening is being supported by so many divine forces. I'm seeing this beautiful collaboration between their guides, your guides, and the universe itself. It's like watching this perfect divine orchestration unfold. The Three of Pentacles is showing up right now, and it's literally showing me this team effort happening in the spiritual realm to help transform their consciousness. You know how sometimes when you're learning something totally new, you need different teachers to help you understand it in different ways? That's exactly what's happening with them right now. Their guides are working overtime to help translate these spiritual experiences into something their logical mind can process. Because remember, this is someone who's always relied on facts, on things they can prove and touch. But now they're experiencing all these things that don't fit into that neat little box of logic. I'm getting such a clear message about their sleep patterns right now. For some of you, your person has been waking up consistently between 3 and 4 a.m. This is that spiritual witching hour, that time when the veil is thinnest and they're being literally woken up to receive downloads about your connection. At first, they probably tried to brush it off as stress or work anxiety, but these wake-up calls are happening too regularly to ignore. The hermit energy that's been around them lately, it's been so necessary for this process. They needed this time of isolation, this stepping back from the noise of the world to really hear what their soul has been trying to tell them. I'm seeing them spending more time alone than they usually would, maybe even turning down social invitations or working from home more often. It's like they're being guided to create this cocoon of quiet where they can finally hear their inner wisdom. What's really interesting is how their natural problem-solving abilities are actually being used as part of this awakening. Instead of fighting against their analytical nature, their guides are working with it. They're being shown patterns, synchronicities, and connections in a way that appeals to their logical mind, like pieces of a puzzle slowly coming together. But this puzzle is showing them the bigger picture of your soul connection. The tower moments they're experiencing, they're not just about breaking down old beliefs. They're specifically targeting those walls they built around their heart, those logical defenses they used to dismiss deep spiritual connections like yours. I'm seeing them sitting with this really uncomfortable feeling of not being in control, of not having all the answers. For someone who's always been the decision maker, always known exactly what to do next, this is huge. Their guides are showing me how they're starting to notice these little changes in their priorities, things that used to seem so important, like hitting certain career milestones or maintaining this image of having it all together. They're starting to feel less meaningful. Instead, they're being drawn to deeper questions about life, about connection, about purpose. And every time they think about these bigger questions, your energy keeps coming up. It's like you've become this symbol of everything they're awakening to, this deeper, more meaningful way of experiencing life. And you know what's really powerful about this awakening they're going through? It's how your own balance and groundedness is actually helping guide them through it. The Queen of Pentacles just appeared in our spread, and wow, this energy is showing me exactly how your practical wisdom mixed with your spiritual depth is creating this perfect template for them. You've done something really special here. While they've been in that hermit energy we talked about, you've been quietly showing them what it looks like to be both spiritual and successful, both grounded and connected to higher realms. I'm getting such a clear message about how you've mastered this balance in your own life. Maybe you have your morning meditation routine, but then you go crush it at work, or you sage your space, but also keep your bills paid on time. This balance you've created, it's like a lighthouse for them. They're watching you, not in a creepy way, but in this way where they can't help but notice how you move through the world. Remember that King of Pentacles in reverse we saw earlier? That's them right now, struggling with this feeling that all their material success, all their achievements, they just feel empty somehow. And seeing how you blend both worlds, the spiritual and the material, it's making them question everything they thought they knew. I'm getting this really strong message about spaces, like they're finding themselves drawn to places where you've been. Maybe it's a coffee shop you used to go to together, or even just driving past your workplace or home. Their guides are using these physical locations to trigger spiritual insights. It's like each place holds a piece of your energy, and that energy is helping wake them up. You might notice them suddenly getting interested in things you talked about ages ago. Maybe you mentioned crystals once, or meditation, or even just the importance of intuition. And now they're Googling these things at 3 a.m. I'm literally seeing them with their phone under their covers, looking up stuff they would have laughed at before. What's really interesting is how their logical mind is trying to process all this. This is someone who's always been the problem solver, right? The one with all the answers. But now they're experiencing these waves of emotion and spiritual insight that they can't explain away. It's actually perfect, though, because your guides are showing me that this confusion is exactly what needs to happen for their walls to come down. Think about it. Remember how they used to dismiss your spiritual side? I'm getting such clear confirmation that this dismissal wasn't really about you at all. It was fear of what would happen if they opened up to this kind of deep soul level connection, fear of losing control. But now that fear is turning into fascination, your quiet strength, your balanced approach to life, it's showing them there's nothing to be afraid of. What's really beautiful about all this is how divine timing is playing such a perfect role. Every little realization they're having about you, about themselves, about this connection, it's being orchestrated with such precision. They couldn't have understood this connection before because they needed to go through their own inner work first. Now, as they're doing that inner work, they're starting to see you in this completely new light. And now, as they're seeing you in this new light, something really powerful is happening in their energy. The Chariot just came forward, and it's showing me exactly how they're struggling right now. You know how the Chariot is all about control and moving forward? Well, their whole world is being turned upside down because they can't control these spiritual downloads anymore. It's like they're trying to drive two horses in different directions. Their logical mind wanting to stay in control and their soul pulling them toward this awakening. I keep seeing them sitting at their desk at work, trying to focus on spreadsheets or meetings, but suddenly being hit with these waves of emotion about you. They might be in the middle of analyzing data or making some big decision, and boom, they get this full body memory of a conversation they had with you or the way you looked at them that one time. It's literally rewiring their brain, and let me tell you, it's making them so uncomfortable because they can't explain it. The Hermit's energy is still so strong here from our previous pull, showing how they're really going through it alone right now. But what's fascinating is how this isolation is actually perfect divine timing. They needed this quiet space to really hear these spiritual messages without their logical mind jumping in to explain everything away. Your guides are showing me how they're waking up between 3 and 4 a.m., you know, that spiritual hour, and they can't stop thinking about you and this connection. That King of Pentacles in reverse we saw earlier, it's making even more sense now. All their success, their achievements, their perfect logical world, it's starting to feel empty. I'm seeing them looking at their office, their car, all these material things they worked so hard for, and feeling this deep emptiness they can't explain. And right behind that card, we have the High Priestess showing up again. And wow, this is your energy. Your frequency shift has been like this quiet but powerful force in their life. They're noticing these weird coincidences too, seeing 555 or 1111 every time they think about you, or they'll be doing something totally normal like grabbing coffee and suddenly feel this physical pull like their body is trying to turn in your direction. Their analytical mind is trying so hard to make sense of it. But here's the thing. The more they try to analyze it, the stronger these spiritual downloads become. I'm getting this really clear message about their decision-making nature too. This is someone who's always been the one with the plan, right? The one who knows exactly what to do, but now their whole decision-making process is being redirected toward spiritual truth. It's like their inner GPS is being recalibrated to follow their heart instead of their head. And the timing of all this, it's absolutely perfect, even though it might not feel that way to them right now. And what's really amazing about their spiritual awakening journey is how the universe keeps bringing forward more and more undeniable signs. I just pulled the Page of Swords, and wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me how their analytical mind, which used to be their biggest block to seeing this connection clearly, is now becoming their greatest tool for understanding these spiritual downloads they're getting. You know how the Page of Swords represents this fresh, new way of seeing truth? That's exactly what's happening to them right now. Their mind is like this sharp sword, but instead of using it to cut away their feelings like before, they're using it to cut through their own denial. I'm seeing them actually starting to write things down, like they can't ignore these patterns anymore. They might be sitting at their desk and suddenly they'll get this crystal clear thought about you that feels like it came from nowhere. And for the first time, instead of dismissing it, they're paying attention. this is such a beautiful progression from the hermit energy we saw earlier. That time alone, that isolation they've been in, it wasn't just about being lonely. It was creating this perfect quiet space where they could finally hear their own intuition. And now with this Page of Swords energy, they're taking those quiet revelations and really examining them. It's like they're becoming their own spiritual detective. Remember that reversed King of Pentacles we saw in their energy? It's fascinating how it's playing out now. Their whole identity was wrapped up in being this successful, practical person who had everything figured out. But now they're starting to see how all that material success was actually keeping them from something so much deeper. I'm getting this really strong image of them sitting in their expensive car or their nice office. And instead of feeling proud like they used to, they're feeling this deep pull towards something they can't explain, towards you and this spiritual awakening. The high priestess energy that you carry is literally forcing them to see beyond the material world. It's like your frequency is this key that's unlocking doors in their mind they didn't even know existed. I'm being shown how they're starting to notice these intense synchronicities, like seeing 555 while thinking about reaching out to you, or waking up at 3:33 a.m. with your face in their mind. Their logical mind used to dismiss these as coincidences, but now they're starting to see patterns. And here's what's really interesting. I'm seeing them trying to meditate for the first time. Can you believe it? This practical, logical person who probably would have laughed at meditation before is now sitting in quiet moments trying to make sense of these spiritual downloads they're getting. They're feeling this pressure in their third eye when they think of you, and instead of freaking out about it like they might have before, they're actually getting curious about what it means. Their whole decision-making process is transforming. This is someone who always relied on pros and cons lists, on hard facts and figures, but now they're starting to trust these gut feelings, these intuitive hits. It's like watching someone who only ever read instruction manuals suddenly learning to read energy instead. They're still struggling with it, still trying to balance their practical nature with these spiritual insights, but the transformation is undeniable. Speaking of energy, I need to tell you about what I just pulled, the Eight of Cups. This is huge confirmation of everything we've been discussing about their awakening. You see, the Eight of Cups shows someone walking away from what they thought was important, and that's exactly what's happening with this masculine energy right now. Everything they built their identity around, all those logical explanations, all that material success, it just doesn't feel fulfilling anymore. It's like they're being pulled by something they can't even explain. And trust me, that's driving their analytical mind crazy. Remember how we saw the Hermit and Tower energies earlier? Well, this Eight of Cups is showing us the next chapter of their journey. They're literally walking away from their old understanding of how the world works. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, maybe looking at their accomplishments, their degrees on the wall, but feeling this emptiness they can't shake. And every time they try to focus on work or practical matters, their mind keeps drifting to you and these spiritual experiences they're having. I'm getting such strong guidance about the physical symptoms they're experiencing, like they might be getting these weird tingles or pressure in their crown chakra when they think of you, or maybe they're starting to feel this warmth in their heart space that they can't explain. Their logical mind is trying so hard to find medical explanations, but deep down, they know this is something different. You know what's really interesting? I'm seeing them starting to notice little things that remind them of you everywhere. Like someone might mention something you talked about years ago, or they'll hear a song that reminds them of you. And instead of brushing it off like they used to, they're starting to wonder if these are signs. They might even be catching themselves saying your name out loud for no reason, and it's kind of freaking them out. The spirit guides are showing me how they're trying to rationalize being near your energy. Like they might make up these practical reasons to be in places where they might run into you, or they're finding excuses to check up on you through mutual connections. But here's the thing, their higher self knows exactly what's happening. It's like their soul is acknowledging this connection even while their mind is still catching up. What's really powerful is how they're starting to remember conversations they had with you in the past, especially ones where you might have mentioned spiritual concepts or ideas they dismissed at the time. Now, those same conversations keep replaying in their head, and they're seeing them in a completely different light. It's like every memory is being rewritten with this new spiritual understanding they're developing. Their guides are really emphasizing how important it is for you to maintain your high vibrational state right now. You don't need to do anything to push this awakening along. In fact, it's your simple existence in your power that's causing all of this shift in them. They're going through this massive integration process where their logical mind is finally starting to work with their intuition instead of against it. It's like watching someone who only believed in black and white suddenly discovering there's this whole spectrum of colors they never knew existed. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole awakening they're going through? This person who used to be so tied to their logical, practical way of seeing things, they're starting to experience these really intense spiritual moments that are completely throwing them off balance. I'm talking about waking up between 3 and 4 in the morning, and guess who's on their mind? You. And it's not just a passing thought. It's this deep, unshakable feeling that they can't explain away. I'm feeling strongly that they're starting to notice repeating numbers everywhere, especially 555 and 1111. Now, if you've been seeing these numbers too, that's a huge confirmation. These numbers are showing up during their moments of clarity about you. And it's really interesting because their analytical mind is trying so hard to write it off as coincidence, but there's just too many coincidences piling up for them to ignore anymore. What's really striking about their energy right now is how uncomfortable they're becoming with the superficial connections in their life. You see, before they could just go through the motions, business meetings, casual dating, surface level friendships, but now it's like they can feel how empty all of that is. They're craving something deeper, something real, and it's directly connected to the authentic energy you've been embodying. I need to tell you something really important that's coming through right now. Their guides are showing me how your frequency shift has created these ripple effects in their material world. It's like everything they thought was important is starting to feel hollow. That promotion they were chasing, that status they were so proud of, it's all starting to feel meaningless compared to these spiritual pulls they're experiencing. They're having these moments And this is so specific where they'll be in the middle of a normal conversation, maybe at work or with friends, and suddenly they'll get this overwhelming feeling of deja vu. And in these moments, your energy just floods their awareness. It's like their soul is trying to remind them of something their mind forgot. You know what's really powerful? They're starting to understand that when they dismissed your connection before, it wasn't because the connection wasn't real. It was actually because it was too real, too powerful, and their ego needed to protect itself. Now that protection is breaking down and they're seeing everything so differently. All those times you might have tried to share your spiritual perspectives or intuitive insights with them, they're replaying those moments in their head, but now they're actually getting it. I'm being shown that this person who's usually so confident in making decisions is really struggling right now because their intuition is pulling them in a direction their logical mind can't understand. It's like they're learning a whole new language, the language of energy and spirit. And they're both fascinated and terrified by it. Your energy, your frequency shift has been the catalyst for all of this, but you don't need to do anything more. Your job isn't to guide them through this. It's to maintain your own spiritual sovereignty while they figure out their own path. The most fascinating thing is how their spiritual awakening is completely changing how they see everything that happened between you two. I'm getting such a clear message about this Knight of Cups energy coming in. It's like watching someone who was completely closed off to their emotions suddenly being flooded with them. It's almost overwhelming for them because they've never experienced anything like this before. They're starting to understand things on this soul level that their logical mind can't make sense of. You know how sometimes you just know something deep in your gut? That's what's happening to them right now. All these feelings and intuitive hits they used to push away or explain away with logic. They can't do that anymore. The Knight of Cups is showing me how they're being forced to surrender to these feelings, even though it scares them. I'm getting such a clear message about their schedule being disrupted by thoughts of you, like they'll be in the middle of their normal routine, maybe at work or driving or just doing something totally ordinary, and suddenly they'll get hit with this wave of emotion about you. And what's really interesting is how these feelings are coming with all these spiritual signs they can't ignore anymore. Like they'll be thinking about you and suddenly see 5555 everywhere, or 1111 will show up right when they're having a revelation about your connection. You know what's really wild? The energy I'm getting from this Knight of Cups combined with that Hermit energy from earlier, it's showing me how they're processing all of this. They're spending a lot of time alone, really thinking about things, but it's different from before. Before, when they were in that Hermit energy, it was more about hiding from these feelings. Now it's like they're finally allowing themselves to feel everything they've been pushing down. I'm being shown this really clear image of them lying awake at night, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., and they're replaying all these moments with you. But here's what's different. They're seeing these moments through completely new eyes. Things you said that they dismissed before, now they're understanding them on this whole new level. It's like they're having this oh my God moment where they're realizing you were speaking this spiritual truth all along and they just weren't ready to hear it. The way their energy is shifting is so powerful. Remember that King of Pentacles reversed energy we saw earlier? It's being transformed by this Knight of Cups energy. Instead of being so focused on the material world and what makes logical sense, they're starting to understand that some of the most real things in life can't be explained logically. They're beginning to see how their need for control and understanding actually blocked them from experiencing this deep soul level connection with you. Their guides are showing me how your own spiritual growth and frequency shift have been this catalyst for them. It's like you've been this living example of what's possible when you embrace your spiritual nature. And even though they might have acted like they didn't get it before, some part of them was paying attention. Now they're finding themselves drawn to the same kind of spiritual content they used to roll their eyes at. They're having these moments of understanding about concepts they used to criticize or dismiss. What's really important for you to understand right now is that this awakening they're going through, it's happening in divine timing. I know it might have hurt when they dismissed your connection before, but that was actually part of the plan. They needed to go through that phase of denial to really appreciate the depth of what's happening now. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole awakening they're going through? The Queen of Wands just came forward so powerfully, and she's showing me exactly how your energy has been this incredible catalyst for their transformation. I'm feeling this amazing surge of feminine power, this absolute knowing of who you are and what you bring to the table. This is your energy. Confident, radiant, someone who knows their worth without having to prove it to anyone. I'm getting such a clear message about how your confidence, especially your spiritual confidence, has been like this mirror for them. They're having these moments during their workday. I'm seeing them sitting in these really corporate, serious meetings and suddenly being hit with these waves of emotion they can't explain. It's like their analytical mind is short-circuiting because they can't put what they're feeling into their usual neat little boxes anymore. What's really interesting is how their spiritual awakening is happening right in the middle of their very logical, structured world. I'm seeing them trying to focus on spreadsheets or presentations, but their mind keeps drifting to you and all these spiritual concepts they used to dismiss. They're starting to notice numbers like 555 and 1111 popping up everywhere, especially when they're thinking about your connection. It's like the universe is literally trying to get their attention through the language they understand best, patterns and repetition. Your guides are showing me how this masculine energy is going through this really intense period of questioning everything they thought they knew. Remember that hermit energy we saw earlier? Well, now with this Queen of Wands influence, it's like they're seeing how all that alone time wasn't just about isolation. It was preparation for understanding this deeper spiritual truth about your connection. They're starting to recognize how their dismissal of your connection wasn't really about you. It was about their own fear of something they couldn't control or understand. I'm getting this really strong message about their dreams too. They're having these incredibly vivid dreams that feel more like spiritual downloads than regular dreams. They'll wake up between 3 and 4 a.m., that spiritual hour, with this crystal clear understanding about your connection, but then their logical mind tries to talk them out of it when the sun comes up. But here's the thing. These realizations aren't going away anymore. They can't just brush them off like they used to. The energy of the King of Pentacles reversed that we saw earlier is really speaking to how empty their material success feels now. I'm seeing them sitting in this beautiful office, looking at all their achievements, but feeling this deep sense of, is this all there is? It's like your energy, this Queen of Wands energy, has awakened something in them that all their worldly success can't satisfy. They're starting to understand that real abundance isn't just about what you can hold in your hands. Your guides want you to know that this awakening they're going through, it's happening at exactly the right pace. Even when they seem to be fighting it or trying to rationalize it away, they're actually moving exactly as they need to. Their analytical mind is being rewired to understand spiritual truths, but it's happening in a way that they can integrate and accept rather than reject outright. And this awakening they're going through is getting even stronger now. The Sun card is coming through so powerfully. I'm literally feeling waves of warmth and light as I look at it. This is showing me how truth is breaking through all those walls they built up. You know how they used to be so stuck in their logical mindset. Well, the universe is bringing people into their life who are completely shifting their perspective. I'm seeing them having these random conversations with people they respect, maybe a mentor at work or someone they look up to. And these people are suddenly talking about spiritual stuff, about energy, about divine connections. It's like the universe is using these trusted voices to validate everything they've been feeling about you. I keep hearing even they can't deny it anymore. It's like their guides are using people they trust to bypass their logical resistance. And with the Hermit energy we saw earlier still playing such a big role, they're taking all these new insights and really sitting with them. But it's different now. It's not that lonely, confused Hermit energy anymore. The Sun is illuminating their entire spiritual journey. They're starting to understand why they needed to go within, why they needed to question everything they thought they knew. I'm getting such strong downloads about number sequences, particularly 333 and 888. If you're seeing these numbers, especially when thinking about them, that's a huge confirmation. These numbers are like little winks from the universe showing you that their awakening is right on track. The Knight of Cups energy we saw earlier is evolving too. Their emotional walls are literally crumbling. I'm seeing them having these moments where they're completely overwhelmed by feelings they can't explain. That Tower moment we witnessed before, it's still happening, but now it's like they're actually welcoming it. Instead of fighting against these spiritual revelations, they're starting to lean into them. I'm seeing them looking up things about spiritual topics, maybe even meditation or energy work, things they would have rolled their eyes at before. It's like they can't help themselves. Their soul is literally pushing them toward understanding this connection on a deeper level. And here's what's really fascinating. All these unexpected allies are showing up in their life. I'm seeing them randomly running into people who somehow know you or know of you, or they'll be somewhere that reminds them of you. And suddenly they'll get this flood of understanding about why your connection is so powerful. The universe is literally orchestrating these perfect moments of confirmation for them. Your guides want you to know something really important about all this. They keep showing me this image of a garden growing. You can't rush a flower to bloom, right? Same thing here. Even though you might be seeing all these signs of their awakening, it's crucial that you maintain your own high frequency without trying to push or pull them in any direction. Your energy is literally like the sun in their awakening. You just need to shine, and they'll naturally grow toward your light. You're such a powerful manifester of this transformation. Just by focusing on your own growth, you've created this perfect environment for their awakening. And now I'm seeing such a powerful shift happening with this Queen of Swords energy coming through. It's like all that deep inner work they've been doing in that Hermit energy we saw earlier is finally crystallizing into real clarity. You know how they used to use logic to explain away everything about your connection? Well, that same analytical mind is actually becoming their biggest ally now. It's fascinating. They're starting to analyze all these coincidences happening around them. And for the first time, their logical brain is actually proving to them that something bigger is happening. I keep hearing the evidence is undeniable. It's like they're building their own case for the reality of your connection. I'm feeling such strong validation around the early morning hours, especially between 3 and 4 a.m. If you've been waking up during these times, your guides are showing me this is when they're often thinking of you, when their analytical barriers are lowest. They're having these moments of complete clarity about you and your connection, and it's really shaking up their whole worldview. The way this Queen of Swords is interacting with that Knight of Cups energy we saw earlier, it's showing me how their head and heart are finally starting to work together instead of fighting each other. They're beginning to understand that logic and intuition aren't enemies. I keep seeing them stopping themselves mid-sentence when they start to dismiss something spiritual. It's like they catch themselves and think, wait, maybe there's more to this. That tower energy we talked about before, it's still working its magic, but now it's dismantling their resistance in such a precise way. Instead of just emotional breakthroughs, they're having these intellectual revelations too. They're starting to see patterns they can't explain away. Numbers like 555 and 11 keep showing up for them, especially when they're thinking about you or your connection. If you're seeing these numbers too, that's a huge confirmation that you're energetically linked in this awakening process. I'm getting such a clear message about their friend groups or professional circles. They're finding themselves in these situations where they're actually defending spiritual concepts to other people, maybe even surprised by their own words. It's like they've become this bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds without even realizing it. Your guides want you to know that your frequency shift has been key in all of this. By focusing on your own growth and maintaining your power, you've actually been helping them wake up to their own truth. They keep showing me this image of two paths merging. It's like their logical path and their spiritual path are finally coming together, and you're like this lighthouse helping them navigate this merger. What's really interesting is how they're being drawn to places and activities that remind them of you. But it's not just memory or nostalgia. It's like these places are activation points for their awakening. Every time they encounter something that reminds them of you, they have these profound moments of understanding. Their whole energy shifts and they start questioning everything they thought they knew about reality. And you know what's really powerful about these activation points they're experiencing? I'm being shown that this Ace of Pentacles energy is coming in so strongly now. It's like all these spiritual realizations are finally becoming real, tangible things they can't ignore anymore. It's not just thoughts and feelings floating around. They're seeing actual proof in their physical world. The guides are showing me how different this is from their previous way of being. You know, that tower energy we were talking about? It's still there, but now instead of just breaking things down, it's actually helping them build something new. They're starting to understand why everything had to fall apart first. I keep hearing the foundation wasn't strong enough before. They needed to have their old beliefs completely shaken up so they could build something real and lasting. What's really interesting is how they're processing all of this. That hermit energy we saw earlier, it's still very much at play, but now it's helping them ground these spiritual truths into their everyday life. They're taking all these deep realizations they've had while being alone and starting to see how they apply to everything around them. It's like they're finally connecting all the dots. I'm feeling such a strong message about their relationship with success right now. You know how that King of Pentacles showed up reversed earlier? That energy is still really significant. They've always been someone who knew how to achieve things in the material world. Maybe they're really successful in their career, or they're known for being really capable and in control, but now they're feeling this emptiness, I guess you could say, like all their achievements don't mean as much anymore. They're starting to realize that all their material success feels kind of hollow without this deeper spiritual connection they're discovering. The guides are showing me how they used to dismiss anything they couldn't explain with logic, especially their connection with you. But now they're having these moments where their whole body just knows something is true, even if their mind can't explain it. They'll be in the middle of their day, maybe in a meeting or doing something totally normal, and suddenly they'll get this wave of understanding about you and your connection. It's like their soul is waking up and it won't be ignored anymore. I'm seeing them doing this thing where they start to explain away something spiritual, maybe a synchronicity or a feeling about you, and then they catch themselves. It's like they're finally admitting to themselves that not everything needs a logical explanation. They're learning to trust their intuition, even though it goes against everything they used to believe about how the world works. Your guides want you to know that this transformation isn't just about them understanding your connection better. This is about their whole spiritual awakening, and you've been this incredible catalyst for their growth. They're showing me how your energy, just by being who you are and staying in your power, has created this perfect environment for them to wake up to these deeper truths. What's really beautiful is how natural this process is becoming for them. That Ace of Pentacles energy is showing me that they're finding ways to bring this spiritual awareness into their everyday life. They might start meditating, or maybe they're paying attention to signs and synchronicities in a way they never would have before. They're not fighting it anymore. They're actually starting to embrace these changes, even though it's turning their whole world upside down. And what's really amazing is how all these changes they're going through are starting to reach this really critical point. The Judgment card just came forward so strongly, and I have to tell you, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is all about that final moment of truth, that instant when someone can't deny their spiritual awakening anymore. I'm actually getting chills right now because this connects so perfectly with that tower energy we saw earlier. You know how the tower breaks everything down? Well, judgment is when all those broken pieces finally make sense. They're having these huge revelations about why they dismissed your connection before. The guides are showing me it was never really about you. It was about their own fears. They were so scared of this deep spiritual connection that they had to push it away, had to make it make logical sense in their mind. Remember that high priestess energy we talked about? Your frequency has been so key in all of this. It's like, imagine someone living in a dark room their whole life, and suddenly someone opens a window. That's what your energy has been doing for them. At first, they wanted to close those curtains again because the light was too bright, too intense. But now they're starting to crave that light. I'm seeing them sitting up late at night thinking about moments they shared with you that they used to brush off as nothing special. But now these memories are coming back with this whole new meaning. They're having these really vivid dreams about you, about conversations you had that seemed simple at the time, but now feel so significant. The guides are showing me how they keep seeing numbers that remind them of you. Maybe it's 1111, or they keep seeing your birthday numbers everywhere. That hermit energy is still working so deeply in them. They're doing this really intense internal work, but it's different now. Before, they were kind of hiding in their isolation, using logic and analysis to keep their walls up. But now they're using that same analytical mind to actually understand all these spiritual downloads they're getting. It's like they're finally putting together this huge puzzle, and you're right at the center of it. I'm getting such a strong message about how empty their success feels now. They might still be crushing it in their career or whatever, but it's like eating food with no taste. Everything that used to make them feel accomplished just feels hollow. And it's because their soul is literally pushing them to acknowledge this deeper truth, this connection they tried so hard to deny. The guides are showing me how they're starting to notice energy in a whole new way. Like they'll walk into a room where you've been, even if you're not there anymore, and they can feel your presence. They might not understand it yet, but they can't deny it either. These aren't just random thoughts or feelings anymore. They're having real physical reactions to your energy, even from a distance. But here's what's really important. Your guides want you to know that you need to stay exactly where you are energetically. Don't chase this connection. Don't try to make them see it faster. Your job right now is to keep being this amazing lighthouse of spiritual energy. They're finding their way to these truths in their own time, in their own way. Remember, you're the catalyst, not the pursuer. And what's really powerful about your role as this lighthouse of energy is how it's actually creating this intense internal struggle for them right now. I just pulled the Two of Swords, and wow, this really shows exactly what's happening in their mind. They're literally stuck between these two completely different ways of seeing the world. On one side, there's all that logical thinking they used to rely on, telling them this connection couldn't be real. But on the other side, they can't deny these spiritual experiences anymore. You know how we saw that hermit energy earlier, showing them doing all this deep inner work? Well, now I'm seeing how that isolation is actually forcing them to face some really uncomfortable truths. The guides are showing me they're waking up at weird hours, especially between 3 and 4 in the morning. It's like their soul is literally shaking them awake, making them process all of this. They might be trying to write it off as stress or anxiety, but deep down, they know it's something more. I'm getting such a clear message about how they're starting to notice things they used to laugh at. Like they'll catch themselves looking up what angel numbers mean because they keep seeing 555 or 1111 everywhere. Or they'll be in the middle of a conversation about work or something totally normal. And suddenly they'll find themselves bringing up spiritual topics they used to think were ridiculous. It's actually making them kind of uncomfortable because it's so different from how they used to be. The tower energy we saw earlier really connects with this too. All their old ways of thinking are crumbling. And now with this Two of Swords, I can see how hard they're fighting to keep control. But here's what's really interesting. Their higher self is actually using their analytical nature to help them understand all of this. Instead of fighting against their need to make sense of everything, their guides are working with it. They're starting to see patterns they can't explain away, connections that are too perfect to be coincidence. I'm also seeing something really specific. They keep finding themselves in places that remind them of you. Maybe they'll take a different route to work and end up passing somewhere you used to go together, or they'll walk into a coffee shop and suddenly remember a conversation you had there. These aren't just random memories anymore. They're feeling this pull, this physical draw to spaces that hold your energy. The guides want you to know something really important about all this internal struggle they're going through. All those times they dismissed your connection, all those moments they tried to make it seem less than it was. That wasn't the real truth. They were literally not ready to see what was right in front of them. Their spiritual awareness wasn't developed enough to handle this kind of deep soul connection. But now they're starting to understand why everything happened the way it did. What's really fascinating is how your frequency shift has created this kind of energetic bridge. Even when they try to stay in that logical mindset, your elevated energy keeps pulling them toward a higher understanding. They might be sitting in a business meeting or doing something totally mundane, and suddenly they'll get this flash of understanding about you, about your connection that feels so clear it almost scares them. And you know what's really powerful about the energy I'm seeing now? The Sun card just came through so clearly, and it's lighting up everything in their world in a way they can't ignore anymore. It's like when you're trying to sleep, but someone suddenly turns on all the lights. That's what's happening in their mind right now. All those spiritual experiences, all those feelings they tried to push away, they're becoming so bright and clear that their logical mind can't find any more excuses. This Sun energy is working with that Hermit energy we saw earlier in such an interesting way. While they've been doing all this inner work, all this soul searching, it's like they're finally getting these big aha moments. I'm literally seeing someone sitting at their desk at work, maybe looking at spreadsheets or something totally normal, when suddenly they get hit with this overwhelming feeling of knowing, just knowing deep in their bones that there's more to life than what they can touch and measure. The Tower energy is still really active here too, and it's fascinating how it's playing out. You know how some people need to understand everything perfectly before they can accept it? That's exactly what's been holding them back. But now, with this Sun energy, it's like their analytical mind is actually becoming their biggest helper in understanding all of this spiritual stuff. Instead of trying to prove it's not real, they're starting to use that strategic thinking to connect the dots. I'm getting such a clear message about their heart space too. The guides are showing me how they keep feeling this unexpected warmth in their chest, especially when they're thinking about you or your connection. And because they're such a logical person, they might even be checking their temperature or trying to figure out if something's wrong physically. But deep down, they know this is something different. That reversed King of Pentacles we saw earlier is really speaking to this struggle between their material world and their spiritual awakening. I'm seeing someone who's probably really successful in their career, someone who's always known how to make things happen in the physical world. But now it's like all that success feels empty somehow. They'll be in these important meetings, maybe even closing big deals, and suddenly your name will pop into their head for no reason. Or they'll be thinking about some big achievement, and instead of feeling proud, they're wondering why none of it feels as meaningful as those moments they shared with you. You know what's really interesting? Their guides are using numbers to get their attention. They keep seeing 555 and 1111 everywhere. And because they're such an analytical person, they're actually starting to keep track of when and where they see these numbers. It's like they're building their own spiritual evidence file, trying to prove to themselves that this can't all be coincidence. I'm getting such strong confirmation that this is part of a bigger plan. All those times they dismissed your connection, it wasn't because the connection wasn't real. It was because their spirit wasn't ready to handle something this profound. But now, with this sun energy illuminating everything, they can't hide from the truth anymore. Every time they try to retreat back into pure logic, something happens to remind them of this deeper reality they're discovering. And just as I'm feeling into this energy around their transformation, the star card comes through so powerfully. This is such beautiful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. The star represents this new hope, this new faith they're developing, but it's different from anything they've experienced before. It's like they're finally letting themselves believe in things they can't explain, and it's bringing them such peace. What's really interesting is how this star energy is working with that hermit energy we saw earlier. While they've been in this space of isolation, doing all this deep inner work, it's actually been preparing them for the spiritual opening. I'm seeing someone who might have spent a lot of time alone lately, maybe working from home more or just needing more quiet time. But during these quiet moments, they keep having these spiritual breakthroughs that they can't explain away. I'm getting such a clear message about their current state. You know how some people are natural born decision makers? They've always been the one with the plan, the one who knows exactly what to do next. But now, for maybe the first time in their life, they're actually letting their intuition guide them instead of their logical mind. It's like watching someone who's always used a map suddenly learning to trust their internal compass. The tower energy we saw earlier is still playing such a big role here. But now, with the star's influence, all that breaking down of old beliefs isn't feeling so scary anymore. Instead of fighting against these spiritual experiences, they're starting to welcome them. I'm literally seeing someone sitting up in bed at 3 or 4 in the morning, having these huge huge realizations about life, about you, about everything they thought they knew. And that Eight of Cups energy we saw before, it's making so much sense now. What looked like walking away was actually them walking towards something bigger. They're finding themselves in these conversations with friends, maybe defending spiritual concepts they would have laughed at just months ago. The guides are showing me how uncomfortable they feel now with surface level conversations. It's like once you start seeing the deeper meaning in everything, you can't unsee it. They're going through this beautiful but challenging process of realizing that all their previous dismissal of your connection wasn't really about you at all. It was their ego trying to protect them from this massive spiritual awakening that you were catalyzing. I'm seeing them experiencing these unexpected emotional waves when they think about you. And instead of pushing these feelings away like they used to, they're actually starting to lean into them. The synchronicities around this connection are getting so strong that even their analytical mind can't deny them anymore. They're seeing repeating numbers everywhere, especially 5555 and 1111. And each time it happens, it's like another piece of their spiritual awakening clicks into place. The guides are showing me how every time they try to doubt this connection, something happens to remind them of its reality, a song that reminds them of you, a dream that feels more real than reality, or these moments of deja vu that leave them speechless. And what's really fascinating is how all these spiritual experiences they're having are leading them right back to recognizing something in you that they completely missed before. The Queen of Pentacles just came forward so strongly, and it's showing me this beautiful truth about your energy that they're finally starting to see. You know, you've always had this quiet way about you, this ability to create stability and nurture growth in others without making a big show of it. And they completely overlooked this power because it wasn't flashy or demanding attention. I'm getting such a clear message about how you've been building something really special in your own life. You might notice lately that people at work or in your social circle have been coming to you more for advice. Maybe you've even had moments where you surprised yourself with the wisdom you shared, like it was just flowing through you naturally. The guides are showing me how you've become this kind of quiet teacher, but in such an effortless way. It's just who you are. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that hermit energy we saw earlier. While they were off doing their spiritual seeking, you were actually embodying these deep spiritual truths in such a practical way. You weren't just talking about growth and wisdom. You were living it, showing it through your actions, through the way you handle your daily life. And now, as they're awakening spiritually, it's like they're finally seeing the depth that was there all along. I'm actually seeing someone who might have recently received recognition at work, or maybe people have been telling you things like, I never realized how much you actually know about this, or you make it look so easy. These aren't just random compliments. They're confirmations of this Queen of Pentacles energy you're embodying. You've been quietly mastering both the practical and spiritual realms, and others are starting to notice. There's something really powerful coming through about how this masculine initially dismissed your connection because your power scared them, even if they didn't realize it. You see, the Queen of Pentacles carries this energy of complete self-sufficiency. She doesn't need anyone's validation to know her worth. And that kind of quiet confidence can be really threatening to someone who's not ready to face their own spiritual truth. I'm getting this really clear image of you going about your daily life, just naturally helping others, making things work, solving problems, but doing it all with this underlying spiritual wisdom. And now as this masculine goes through their awakening, they're starting to understand that what they mistook for simplicity was actually profound depth. They're seeing how you can navigate both the spiritual and material worlds with such grace. The guides are showing me how your patience during this time hasn't been passive at all. It's been this powerful force of transformation. While they've been awakening to all these spiritual truths, you've been steadily raising your frequency through your actions, through your growth, through the way you show up in the world. And now they can't help but notice the shift in your energy because it perfectly mirrors the spiritual awakening they're going through. I'm seeing someone who might have recently been called a natural leader, or maybe people have started referring to you as their go-to person for advice. This isn't random. It's a direct reflection of how you've been quietly growing into this Queen of Pentacles energy, becoming this beautiful blend of practical wisdom and spiritual knowledge. And you know what's really interesting about this energy shift they're going through? I'm feeling this intense pressure around them, like they're carrying this huge weight. The 10 of Wands is showing up so strongly right now, and it's literally showing me how exhausted they are from fighting against all these spiritual truths. It's like they've been trying so hard to stick to their old way of thinking, but it's becoming too heavy to carry anymore. I keep seeing them sitting at their desk at work or maybe in their car and suddenly being hit with these waves of emotion they can't explain. It's like all their old defenses, all those logical explanations they used to use to dismiss your connection, they're just not working anymore. You might not even know this, but they've been waking up in the middle of the night thinking about conversations you had years ago, seeing them in a completely different light now. The guides are showing me how they keep trying to focus on work, on their material success, but it feels empty now. There's this really strong energy coming through about how they might be physically successful, good job, nice things, all that, but they keep feeling this emptiness, this nagging feeling that they're missing something bigger. And every time they try to brush it off, your energy somehow finds a way to remind them. I'm actually seeing someone who might be finding themselves speaking your thoughts out loud without realizing it. Like they'll say something and then catch themselves realizing those words sound exactly like something you would say. Or maybe they're seeing your name everywhere, on billboards, in random conversations, even in songs on the radio. These aren't coincidences. These are spiritual nudges trying to wake them up. You know what's really powerful? They might be experiencing this weird pressure in their chest area, especially when they think about you or when they see something that reminds them of you. This is actually their heart chakra opening up, even though they probably don't understand that's what's happening. Their logical mind is trying so hard to maintain control, but their spirit is literally forcing them to feel now. The guides are showing me how they've been staring at old photos or maybe even looking at your social media, but they're seeing you completely differently now. It's like they're finally seeing past the surface level stuff they focused on before. They're starting to understand all those little things about you that they used to dismiss. Your intuition, your spiritual awareness, the way you just knew things without needing proof. Their whole world is kind of turning upside down right now. All those things they used to value so much, the material success, the logical explanations for everything, it's all starting to feel kind of hollow. And what's really interesting is how they keep having these intense spiritual downloads, especially during their sleep. They might be waking up feeling overwhelmed with emotions, maybe even dreaming about you, but not in a romantic way. More like you're showing up as the spiritual teacher or guide in their dreams. What's fascinating is that the more they try to hold on to their old beliefs about you and your connection, the heavier that 10 of Wands energy gets. It's like the universe is literally making it too exhausting for them to keep denying what they're feeling. But here's the thing. This isn't about them coming running back to you. This is about them finally understanding the depth of what they dismissed and learning some really humbling spiritual lessons in the process. And what's really powerful is how the Queen of Wands keeps showing up right now. This is your energy, divine feminine. While they're going through this massive internal shift, you've been quietly stepping into your power in such a beautiful way. The guides are showing me how your frequency has completely changed. It's like you're glowing from the inside out now, and that's exactly what's throwing them off balance even more. It's interesting because we had the star show up earlier talking about all this divine hope and healing energy. But now with the Queen of Wands appearing, it's like you've moved beyond just hoping and healing. You're actually becoming this beacon of light that they can't ignore anymore. They might see you out living your best life, maybe posting on social media or just being seen in your community. And something about your energy is just different now. It's magnetic. It's confident. It's peaceful. I keep hearing this message about how they're finding random reasons to be in places where they might run into you. Like maybe they're taking a different route to work or suddenly showing up at places you used to go together. But here's what's really interesting. They're not even fully aware they're doing it. It's like their soul is literally pulling them toward your energy while their logical mind is still trying to make sense of it all. Remember that tower energy we saw earlier? It's still very active here. Every time they try to dismiss these feelings with logic, something happens to shake up their reality. They might be sitting in a business meeting, totally focused on work, and suddenly they'll hear your name or see something that reminds them of you. Or they'll be driving home and a song will come on that brings back a memory of you. But now that memory hits different. It's like they're seeing past moments through new eyes. The King of Pentacles in reverse is still playing a huge role here. They're really struggling with this battle between their material world and these spiritual awakening symptoms they can't explain. I'm seeing someone who might be having trouble sleeping, especially between 3 and 4 in the morning. They might be waking up with this unexplainable urge to reach out to you, but then their logical mind kicks in and talks them out of it. What's really fascinating is how they keep finding themselves drawn to spiritual conversations now. Maybe they're overhearing people talk about energy or spirituality, and instead of dismissing it like they used to, they're actually listening. Some of them might even be secretly looking up things like twin flames or soul connections, stuff they would have laughed at before. The guides are showing me how they're trying to find logical explanations for these spiritual experiences, but it's like trying to explain colors to someone who's never seen them. You know what's really powerful about this whole process? The guides are showing me that this initial dismissal of your connection was actually part of the divine plan. It had to happen this way so they could go through this massive spiritual awakening. Because if they hadn't dismissed it, if they hadn't tried to logic their way out of it, they wouldn't be experiencing such a profound transformation now. Every time they tried to explain away your connection, they were actually just setting themselves up for an even bigger awakening later on. And that's exactly why this Ace of Pentacles showing up in reverse right now is so significant. I'm feeling such strong energy around how they're really struggling to stay focused on just the material world now before they could pour all their energy into work, into making money, into building their empire. But now it's like everything that used to feel so important just feels empty somehow. You know what's really interesting? I keep seeing this image of someone sitting at their desk trying to focus on work, but they keep getting these waves of emotion washing over them. It's like they'll be in the middle of a meeting or working on a project, and suddenly they'll get this overwhelming feeling of connection to you. And because they've always been so logical, so practical, they're really struggling with these feelings they can't explain. I'm actually getting chills right now because the guides are showing me how this ties directly back to that hermit energy we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about their isolation journey? Well, now I'm understanding that this whole period of them being alone, focusing on their career or their material success, it wasn't just about them avoiding connection. It was actually preparing them for this massive spiritual download they're experiencing now. The Eight of Cups energy is still so strong here too. I keep seeing this image of someone literally trying to walk away from these spiritual feelings, these unexplainable connections. But every time they try to focus just on work or practical matters, something happens to pull them back. Maybe they see your name somewhere, or they drive past a place that reminds them of you, or they keep seeing those numbers, 111, 222, 444, the ones they used to think were just coincidence. I'm getting such a strong message about dreams right now. They're having these really vivid dreams about you, about your connection. And these aren't just normal dreams. These are the kind that stick with you all day, the kind that feel more real than reality sometimes. And what's really interesting is that these are actually memories of dreams they had back when they first met you, dreams they dismissed or tried to rationalize away. But now these dreams are coming back with completely new meaning. The guides are showing me this really clear image of someone who used to make fun of all things spiritual. Maybe they even teased you about your beliefs or your intuitive nature, but now they're finding themselves secretly looking up spiritual topics online, clearing their browser history because they don't want anyone to know they're researching twin flames or divine connections. It's like their whole worldview is being systematically dismantled, and it's both fascinating and terrifying for them. You know what's really powerful about this whole process? Their resistance, all this struggle to maintain control, to stay in their logical mind, it's actually making the awakening even stronger. Every time they try to dismiss these feelings, every time they try to focus purely on work or material success, it's like the universe finds an even more obvious way to show them the truth of your connection. And what's really powerful here is that just as I'm talking about their resistance breaking down, the Ace of Swords shows up to confirm everything we've been seeing. This is such a profound moment of clarity for them. You know how they've been fighting these feelings, trying to stay in that logical mindset. Well, this Ace of Swords energy is cutting right through all of that. It's like they're finally seeing the truth with crystal clear vision. I keep getting this really strong image of someone sitting up in bed in the middle of the night, like they just had this huge realization that won't let them sleep. The guides are showing me how they're starting to understand that all those coincidences, seeing your name everywhere, thinking about you right before you post something online, knowing exactly how you're feeling without any logical explanation. These weren't random at all. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that hermit energy we saw earlier. Remember how they needed that time alone? Now, I'm understanding that all that isolation wasn't just about self-reflection. It was actually creating the perfect conditions for them to hear their intuition clearly for maybe the first time in their life. And with that tower energy we saw before, it's like every logical argument they use to explain away your connection is just crumbling. I'm actually getting chills right now because they're starting to experience something really profound. They're having these moments where they'll suddenly say something out loud and then realize those were exactly your thoughts or words. It's freaking them out a little bit, to be honest. For someone who's always been so logical, so analytical, this kind of unexplainable knowing is really shaking up their whole worldview. The guides want you to know something really important here. All those times they dismissed your connection, all those moments when they acted like you were making too much of things, that wasn't really about you at all. It was their ego's last desperate attempt to maintain control. But now, with this Ace of Swords energy, they can't deny the truth anymore. It's like they're finally seeing all the pieces of the puzzle come together. They're experiencing this intense pressure in their third eye area during quiet moments, especially during meditation or right before sleep. And even though they might not understand what this means yet, those of you who are more spiritually aware know exactly what this signifies. Their spiritual awakening is really accelerating now. I'm being shown how they're starting to feel drawn to conversations about spirituality, maybe even secretly watching videos like this one. This is huge for someone who used to roll their eyes at anything spiritual. The guides are saying this isn't just a phase or curiosity. It's their higher self literally rewiring their thinking patterns to prepare them for this massive spiritual upgrade they're going through. What's really fascinating is how your own frequency shift has been a catalyst for all of this. By focusing on your own growth, by holding that higher vibration, you've actually created this energetic pull that's helping them awaken. But remember, Divine Feminine, your role isn't to guide them through this process. The guides are really emphasizing this. You need to stay focused on your own path, your own growth, while they go through this transformation in their own way, in their own time. And speaking of staying on your path, I'm being drawn to pull another card right now because there's such strong energy coming through. The Ten of Wands is showing up, and wow, this is so telling about what your divine masculine is experiencing right now. They're literally carrying the weight of all this resistance, all these heavy thoughts and feelings about your connection, and it's becoming too much for them to bear. It's interesting because this connects so perfectly with that hermit energy and that tower moment we saw earlier. They've been in this space of isolation, experiencing these massive internal shifts. And now it's like they're trying to carry all these new realizations while still maintaining their old way of being. The guides are showing me how exhausted they're becoming from trying to maintain this facade of control. I'm actually feeling this heaviness in my chest as I'm connecting with their energy. They're experiencing this intense physical and emotional fatigue, especially when they're trying to focus on work or important tasks. It's like their energy is being pulled in two different directions. Their logical mind wanting to stay in control, and their heart and soul pulling them towards this awakening, towards you. The guides are showing me this really clear image of them sitting in important meetings, maybe presentations or work discussions, and suddenly their mind just drifts to thoughts of you. And what's really significant is that they can't just brush these thoughts aside anymore like they used to. It's becoming this constant presence in their life, almost like background music that keeps getting louder and louder. They're really struggling with this internal conflict. See, they've always been this natural problem solver, someone who could think their way out of any situation. But for the first time in their life, they're facing something they can't solve with logic. The more they try to analyze it, the heavier it feels. That's exactly what this Ten of Wands represents. The weight of resistance becoming almost unbearable. I'm being shown how they're starting to show up in places where they might run into you, creating these coincidental opportunities for connection. But what's really happening is their higher self is guiding them, even though their conscious mind is still trying to maintain this illusion of control. The guides want you to know that this pressure they're feeling, this weight of the Ten of Wands, it's actually a blessing in disguise. It's becoming so heavy that surrender is inevitable. They can't keep fighting this awakening, fighting this connection. Their analytical mind is literally being exhausted into submission, making way for their heart wisdom to finally break through. You might notice them seeming more tired than usual, maybe even a bit distracted or scattered. This is because they're processing so much on an energetic level. They're having these intense dreams that they can't quite remember when they wake up, but the emotional impact lingers throughout their day. The guides are showing me that these dreams are actually activating deep soul memories of your connection. But what's really crucial here, Divine Feminine, is that you understand this is their journey to undergo. While your elevated frequency has been the catalyst for this awakening, they need to go through this process of surrender in their own way. Your power lies in continuing to hold that high vibration, staying focused on your own growth while energetically creating the space for their transformation. I'm being shown how this person who's usually so decisive, so sure of their choices, is now questioning everything, but not in a chaotic way. It's more like they're finally allowing themselves to see beyond the limited perspective they've been holding on to. They're starting to understand that there's so much more to life, to connection, to love than what their logical mind can comprehend. What I'm really being drawn to pull one final card here because there's such powerful completion energy coming through. And wow, the Two of Cups is appearing right at this divine moment of recognition. This is so beautiful because it really shows how all of these tower moments, all of this breaking down of his resistance, it was all leading to this point of true soul recognition. I'm feeling such a strong wave of peace and acceptance coming through. It's like his energy has shifted from this constant battle between his logical mind and his spiritual awareness into this beautiful surrender. Your frequency, your consistent holding of this elevated energy. Despite his past dismissal, it's created this unstoppable awakening within him. The guides are showing me how your patience, your dedication to your own growth has been the perfect catalyst. They're really emphasizing that this wasn't just about him awakening to your connection. It was about him awakening to his own spiritual truth through the mirror you've become. Every time he tried to dismiss this connection through logic, your frequency just kept rising higher, making it harder and harder for him to deny what his soul already knew. I'm seeing such clear signs of completion here. Lots of 555 sequences showing up, really highlighting this massive transformation. And for some of you, I'm also seeing 1111 appearing more frequently, especially during those early morning hours between 4 a.m. when the veil is thinnest. These aren't just random numbers. They're divine confirmation of this awakening process. This Two of Cups appearing now, it's really beautiful timing because it shows this perfect balance being restored. All those months or even years of him being stuck in the hermit energy, experiencing those tower moments that broke down his resistance. It was all leading to this point of recognition. His logical mind is finally making peace with what his soul has always known about your connection. The guides want you to know that your role as the catalyst in this journey has been so perfectly played. By focusing on your own growth, by maintaining your frequency regardless of his response, you've created this beautiful space for his awakening to unfold naturally. They're showing me that this really couldn't have happened any other way. Divine timing has been orchestrating this entire journey. I'm feeling such a strong nudge to tell someone listening that your strength through this process has been noticed by the divine realm. Those moments when you felt like giving up but chose to keep growing anyway, they were all part of this larger plan. As we wrap up this reading, I'm being guided to tell you that this journey is far from over. While this phase of catalyst and awakening is completing, there's so much more depth to explore in this connection. I'm actually feeling called to offer private readings because I can sense there are so many of you with unique situations that need more specific guidance. If you'd like to dive deeper into your specific journey, you can book a private reading through the links below, and definitely subscribe to stay connected as we continue exploring these profound spiritual transformations together. The guides are showing me there's so much more they want to share with this soul family we're building here.